had the Parliament passing the Administration of Justice Act, the Succession Amendment Act, Sexual Offences Bill, and of course the production of Mad Sexual Prosecutors Handbook on Gender-Based Violence. These are really milestones, and of course the Sexual Offences Bill is one that has been really highly contested. It was really discussed in Parliament, and we are glad that at least we have a law to govern sexuality in our country. We've also seen effective collective advocacy to support continuity of essential services and prioritization of gender-based violence in the COVID context. Remember, at the beginning of the lockdown, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the services that were not regarded as essential, but of course, with effective advocacy among the UN agencies, civil society organizations, and also within government itself, were able to have GBV and violence against children, sexual reproductive health, recognized as an essential service as we respond to COVID-19. We've also seen the adoption of the national guidelines on prevention of teenage pregnancy and re-entry of child mothers in school settings. To us, this is a milestone, bearing in mind the impact of COVID, where we have many of our girls currently either mothers or they are expecting, and of course, some of them have already been married off. We are praying hard that once the lockdown is lifted and schools are opened, these girls will have the liberty to go back to school, which changes the social norm where girls are being really expelled from school on the ground of becoming pregnant. We are counting on the support of the parents and the community, because the success of these guidelines really depends on the kind of support parents, families are able to give to these young girls to go back to school. Next slide, please. We've also seen the establishment of standard operating procedures to curb high incidences of violence and sexual harassment of young women in the public spaces. The development of the draft Safe Cities and Safe Public Spaces policy is an important milestone. However, we note there's an escalation of GBV, and we definitely need to change in our approaches as we deal with GBV in Uganda. Local governments have also developed their ordinances addressing violence against women and girls, substance abuse. We all know that alcohol abuse at the district level in Arua, in Amudat, is a very serious issue. So local governments have already made their pronouncements on this, and we are engaging local governments in terms of formulation of human rights compliance ordinances and bylaws. We brought on board 10 cultural institutions who are being engaged in research and violence in terms of promoting the rights of women and girls. We've seen culture as a missing link, and of course, this is where the social norms really come in. In this program, we want to see positive change, especially around those negative social norms that have been undermining gender equality and women's empowerment in Uganda. Can we proceed? Under Pillar 2, this is on institutional capacity strengthening, where we are focusing on strengthening government institutions, especially Ministry of Gender, Labour, Social Development, to be able to claim a mandate, be able to coordinate, be able to lead and spearhead standardization of approaches, tools, guidelines in terms of GBV prevention and response. We've seen meaningful inclusion and gender mainstreaming, as well as mainstreaming of violence against women and girls. and sexual reproductive health in NDP3, as well as the program implementation action plan and the development of compliance tools. This did come as a small gain. For us, it involved a lot of engagement with NPA to accept GBV as a critical issue, but also engaging the lead agencies in the formulation of the program implementation action plans. We've also witnessed significant progress and broader stakeholder support to the concept of one protection system. UNICEF and UN Women and UNFPA have led us in terms of strengthening the social service workforce, and of course, also seeing the national social protection policy. We've had social welfare officers at the sub-county level appointed, trained, and facilitated for them to be able to deal with cases at that level. Coordination mechanism has been strengthened at the national and district level. We are also venturing into refugee settlement and the national GBV reference group. I'm being warned that I have 5 minutes. Let me try to go very fast on this. Training, we've already developed a training package for the public sector, and this is going to be spearheaded by the Civil Service College to ensure that all public officers are oriented on GBV prevention and response. We are also engaging the private sector. UNDP has been leading us on this, and quite a number of them have signed to the Gender Equality Seal, and of course that will help us in terms of compliance. As we talk right now, there's an improvement in sector compliance on gender and equity budgeting. That today the level of compliance is at 68.9%. compared to 57 when this initiative was started. Next slide. Technical support to gender, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development has also been prioritized. We are also seeing civil society collective advocacy in terms of physical stimulus package, especially during COVID. We are also seeing private sector companies enrolled for the Gender Equality Seal certification, and 4 of them have been awarded good practice. Proceed, please. This is really the basics in terms of GBV prevention and response, where we are really putting a lot of focus on promoting social norm change. We've adopted messages that have been engaged and focusing on positive gender norms and nonviolence, and several people have been reached. We've engaged religious leaders, we've engaged community activists. We are also piloting the SASA model, and of course, working directly with cultural institutions at all levels. We are also seeing the rollout of the child-friendly school model. It's unfortunate that we've been in the lockdown and couldn't implement at the school level. Ministry of Education has also developed the home learning materials. This is mainly to ensure that our children continue to learn. But of course, we also see that men have been locked out due to the lack of connectivity, and of course, parents not able to pay for internet bundles and accessing the materials. We've also seen the establishment of a committee of traditional leaders in Africa, which is providing a framework for better engagement with traditional leaders on harmful practices and prioritizing male engagement strategy. We launched the Men at Work last year, and we've seen more men action groups becoming active and championing GBV prevention and response. Can we proceed? Under essential services, ladies and gentlemen, we've upgraded the child helpline to address gender-based violence. Previously, it was focusing on violence against children. This will help us to ensure that cases that are reported online are able to be addressed and linked or referred to essential services. Case management and psychosocial support has improved. National mental health policies were developed and increased access to mental health is being prioritized. We are also witnessing enhanced access to justice for the cases that are reported. The justice sector has been organizing special courts to tackle issues of gender-based violence in this country. We proceed. Pillar 5, which is on improved data quality, availability, and capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, we've seen a shift from the traditional data capturing methods to online, where we are seeing cases reported online, and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is strengthening its efforts in terms of improving the national GBV database. WOBOS has also undertaken data quality assessment of most of the information management systems aimed at supporting harmonization and standardization of indicators. WOBOS is completing a national survey on women's well-being in Uganda, but which has a particular focus on gender-based violence. This will help us to give us recent statistics and data on where we are in terms of GBV. Proceed, please. Women's movement has been a priority under the program, and we are looking at strengthened women's movement and civil society engagement. Several NGOs have been supported to undertake work, advocate for positive legal reforms, and they were very key in terms of the recent laws that have been passed and discussed in Parliament. We also witnessed the launch of the African Women's Leadership Network, the Ugandan chapter. We are seeing collective action in terms of monitoring and advocacy. We are also seeing more media advocacy. We've also seen civil society organized under the National Reference Group on Ending Gender-Based Violence. All these are amplifying the voices on GBV prevention and response. Next, please. This is how we've performed in terms of the global indicators that were set for the program, but in the interest of time, I may not go through one by one. However, we've been able to achieve 52% of the global indicators, and we emerged as the best country out of the 7 in terms of effective implementation of the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative. Can we proceed, please? These are the details of our specific achievement. There are those that where we've done very well. There are also those that where we have lagged behind, especially engaging parliamentarians. But this is also areas that we are going to focus on in the next phase of the program. Can we proceed? Next, please. I may not go through the different indicators in the interest of time.
Yes, I think.
Next slide, please.
You have a minute.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I believe that the presentation will be shared and members will be able to see areas where we've done well, and of course, where areas where we need more effort.
Yes, Madam Commissioner. There's already public demand out there for your paper, and
Can I run to the last one, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, she can. The presentation will be shared with members.
Yes, but I would want to end with the last slide.
Yes.
Natalie, okay. Yeah.
There are also challenges which we've also found strategies and opportunities. Next slide, please. Next. So in terms of moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, especially for the models on GBV prevention and response, it's critical that we design this and bringing together multi-stakeholders and multi-sectoral. Government leadership at all levels is critical to the success of the program, sustainability, and I believe that we should continue to enhance government leadership in all our programs. Informed research is very, very important. Existing legal and policy framework is important. And we really appreciate the collaborative learning that we are discussing today in terms of the social norm change. We need to put more effort in terms of transforming the negative social norms and challenging negative masculinity, ladies and gentlemen. Strengthening the women's movement is critical, and it should cut across government institutions, civil society, private sector, religious and traditional institutions. I would want to emphasize that no matter how much we've done, we've been successful, there's more to do, more to learn, and more to achieve. And this was a quote from Barack Obama, which I really like. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, intergenerational and real change lies in transforming our social norms, values, perceptions, and practices that embrace gender equality and women's empowerment. We need to get ready and prepared for this challenge. I thank you very much for listening to me. Over to you, Madam Chair, and apologies for taking
I think, Madam Commissioner, it was worthwhile. You've been our favored presenter, and we gave you 3 more minutes. And it has been really worthwhile. The universe has described you as always informative, and we really appreciate everybody wants to know about what is working. Thanks so much for sharing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the shock. I think we have recovered. Madam Commissioner has helped us to recover with this interesting presentation. And so we are in position to go into yet another one. So Peroth, please, if you're around, you're being nurtured by the School of Women and Gender Studies. And please, you're welcome. Take the floor. You're among peers. Thanks so much for being bold and being courageous to make a presentation amongst your professors. Thanks so much. You're welcome. I'll give you 12 minutes. I'll remind you when it's 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, thank you, Doctor. Peroth Naturinda. I'm a researcher in gender issues, and I've also previously worked as a humanitarian worker in some refugee camps. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in gender studies from School of Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University. So this research that I'm going to share with you today is derived from my master's research and a lot of guidance from Professor Salasari. Could you please share the slides?
Can someone see her slides, please?
Peroth, you can continue to introduce your
Okay, I'll go on I'll go on as we wait for the slides. So my research, my topic is the effectiveness of the SASA model in combating violence against women in Oruchenga refugee settlement. This is a camp in Uganda. I'll begin with a background in regard to violence against women and prevention. According to World Health Organization, 1/3 of women experience violence at the hands of their intimate partners, and more specifically in refugee settlements in Uganda. The UNHCR reports that all of the GBV Of all the GBV incidents reported, 87% of them are female survivors. Violence is caused by several factors at the various layers of an individual's existence, but one major cause is the harmful gender norm that men and women are unequal. So to prevent violence, of course, social and gender norms also they cause violence against women, but also affect the response strategies to violence against women. Next slide. To prevent and to respond to violence against women, the UNHCR and its implementing partners in Uganda have introduced a number of programs. Some of them I listed here, but there are of course very many others. There is the We Can campaign by Oxfam, there is Role Model Men and Boys by CARE, and SASA by Raising Voices. SASA was developed around 2008 by Raising Voices. It is a Kiswahili word meaning now, showing the need, the urgency to address violence against women. It aims to change social norms and address the influence of power imbalances among men and women on violence against women. It uses a number of strategies that I listed, and one of them is local activism. There is institutional strengthening. Next slide. To determine its effectiveness, SASA was evaluated from 2008 to 2012 by London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, Raising Voices, Center for Violence Prevention, Makerere University, and the findings indicated that it had reduced social acceptability of violence, and it had also reduced women's risk to IPV, specifically physical violence. SASA has also been evaluated in refugee settlements such as Dabad, Kenya, Nakivale in Uganda, and the findings point to improvement in GBV knowledge, GBV-related knowledge, and attitudes. The studies, especially that one conducted by London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and Raising Voices, the study was conducted in Kampala, and it captured the changes within the population that had been exposed to SASA. It captured the changes within the 4 years of implementing the SASA model. And in the refugee camps too, the SASA model was evaluated while it was also being implemented. This model was introduced and also implemented in Orchinga refugee settlements around 3 years ago. So my study set out to examine the long-term effectiveness of this model in relation to prevention and response to violence against women. Next slide. The study used a cross-sectional research design and employed mixed methods approaches. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, that is one of the focus group discussions. No, the previous one. That's one of the previous slide. Okay, so that was the previous slide was showing one of the, yeah, okay, thank you. That is one of the GBV, that is one of the focus group discussions we had with women that were trained in SASA. So I conducted in-depth interviews, I conducted focus group discussions, I conducted key informant interviews, and I also administered questionnaires to women and men that were trained in SASA and those that were not trained in SASA. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so the study findings, the key findings pointed to violence against women being prevalent in refugee camps, specifically Orchinga refugee camp. Violence does occur in that camp, as you can see from the quotations. Those are participants, police, and military. And the findings pointed to violence against women being prevalent in refugee camps, specifically Orchinga refugee camp. Violence does occur in that camp, as you can see from the quotations. Those are participants, police, and military. And the findings pointed to violence against women being prevalent in refugee camps, specifically Orchinga refugee camp. Violence does occur in that camp, as you can see from the quotations. Those are participants, pointing out that violence, specifically that camp. Next slide. The findings also pointed to causes of violence against women, and majorly violence against women in the camp was identified to be due to alcohol abuse and sale of women's property and property ownership. Majorly it was sale of women's property, which was due to the social norm that prohibits women from owning property, as you can see from if you read one of those quotations, violence is at times caused by culture. In the camp, there are different cultures and norms due to different nationalities. Some norms believe that a woman must be punished, yet others say women are not be punished. For men that believe women are to be punished, they go ahead and punish. And one of them went ahead to illustrate that most of the violence is caused by property ownership at home. You get a job, you earn your money for something, and you buy something, and when you buy, the man goes ahead and sells it without even getting your consent. So sale of women's property was the major cause of violence against women that was identified in this camp, and it is derived from that social norm that prohibits women from owning property. Next slide. Yeah, my study also indicates that the SASA program, the SASA model, has helped increase knowledge in relation to social and gender norms, specifically the gender norm that men and women are equal, the one that promotes an inequality between men and women in regard to power. The model also changed and other social norms, like the norm of silence about violence against women. The respondents pointed out that they were encouraged, that it had encouraged people to speak up about violence, and it had also increased knowledge and awareness of the GBV referral pathway. So people knew where to report in case of any occurrences of violence against women, and in case it happened, they weren't silent about it. They would mention it. They would mention that violence, any kind of violence that actually happens. The program also changed behavior of some perpetrators. It was reported that some men that were exposed to the program, the ones that were trained, had changed from using violence, and it also helped, especially the community activists. These are the volunteers that the program uses. It helped them acquire skills in reference to GBV case management. The respondents pointed out that these community activists are available in the community in case there's any kind of violence against women. They intervene, they counsel, and they handle all those cases. So it helped them acquire the skills. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the SASA model, based on my study findings, has improved and increased awareness of knowledge of the gender norm that promotes power imbalance. It has also changed the attitudes and behavior towards this social norm, the social norm that affects response, that is keeping quiet about violence against women. And it has also equipped activists with the skills to respond to violence against women within the community. However, I noted that the program was not widely exposed to a lot of refugees. Few of them were trained or even knew about the program. So from my findings, I recommend for wider implementation of these social norm change interventions that are targeting violence against women, specifically in relation to the SASA model. I recommend for the wider implementation of the program in the camp, and in this camp, Oruchinga, and in other camps in Uganda, where it is being implemented. Of course, wider implementation is possible with adequate funding from funders. And then the other recommendation I derived from my study findings is the revision of the aspect of refugee populations due to the economic hardships, due to the fact that most of these refugees already don't have any kind of source of income, or if they have, it is really not that sufficient. The aspect of volunteerism was not, they are there, they are community activists who are doing the work, but they pointed out that they wanted to be considered paid workers because most of these refugees don't have sources of income. So the aspect of volunteerism, though it's a good approach to the sustainability of the program, should be revised, especially among refugee populations, due to the economic hardships that they're already going through. Okay. Thank you. Back to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Peruth. You've saved us a minute, and that is really kind of you because we are pressed on time. So for this before we get into the mid-morning, we have one more presentation from Dr. Madanda. And as I already told you, Dr. Madanda has been defined in a very interesting manner by the universe as very interesting, a semantic scholar. And when I checked it out, it's comparable to IA, you know, AI, artificial intelligence. So we are looking really forward to what you have to say to us. And really, you have always not disappointed us when we want an intelligent presentation or an intelligent discussion. Thanks so much for maintaining the tempo. Today you have 15 minutes, and I'm very confident this is more than enough for you. Thanks so much, Dr. Madanda. You have the floor. Dr. Madanda, did you go with the commissioner?
Dr. Madanda, are you there? But the slides are moving.
Sorry, it seems I was muted and I was trying to present what.
He might be muted.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I could imagine.
Yes. Please go on.
Sorry, I was speaking to myself, and I started by apologizing to all of you for what happened this morning as PI and co-host. And I want to say that my presentation builds on what we started discussing yesterday, and especially this morning and this session around the models, the kind of approaches that we have used to do a bit of work around gender and social norms. So I'll be taking us through in the next few minutes on the power model, which is a programming tool, and try to explore its possibilities and any new adaptations and try to push boundaries. So my presentation will be more at a conceptual level. The power model is a kind of proposition which was made by CARE in the Great Lakes region. I don't know that you are still seeing. I can see the screen is empty. Yeah. So which builds on several years of programming experience in the Great Lakes region by CARE International. So it is built after analyzing about more than 20 gender-based violence projects in the Great Lakes region. and after looking at the different projects through a consultancy that was commissioned, this proposal came up and said, I think the best way of approaching this is through a model which we can call POWER. And each of POWER here is an abbreviation that we are going to see. And this does not mean that actually it's only Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and DRC that have been implementing projects around gender-based violence prevention and response, but beyond. But this was based on that empirical evidence around these areas. So the POWER model basically has, as you probably can see on our screens, about five levels, and these are mapped on what is known as the socio-ecological model, which of course builds on the ecological model as well. So the 5 levels for simplicity of analysis are from individual level as a level 1, and then of course household, then community, and then you move beyond that community to look at the enabling environment, and then national, regional, and international level. So the POWER model is proposing that to be effective, and in this case it was based on gender-based violence, then interventions must stretch from the individual level to the international level. This may not be one project, probably a collective of projects, so a collective of actors to be able to bring about change. And I think to build on Angela's, for instance, submission that you need all these actors to be involved. So what are some of the key level approaches here so that we have applied? And I want to restrict this to CARE Uganda because it would be too long to go every country. What are some of the things that we have implemented and experimented with at individual level, for example, at P level? So at P level, this has involved women economic empowerment activities, especially what we know as the Youth and Village Savings and Loans Associations, which has been, widely documented as a successful way of contributing to economic empowerment. And then, of course, we have had income generating activities, quite a lot of work there, and other areas like farmer groups, maybe water committees. And recently, CARE Uganda is also implementing an approach called Women Lead in Emergencies to promote agency around leadership and decision-making from the household up to the communities, especially in the refugee settlements. So in other words, level A or individual level is about building agency, about building capacity of individual women, girls, men and boys to a certain extent for their own empowerment. Now, the experience shows that that level is important, but not sufficient. And this is why I think yesterday, there was a lot of talk around the role model men and boys approach, or some people call it men engage, or male action groups, etc., to deal with the issues of masculinity and basically to create an enabling household environment. And this is to say that, okay, agency is good, but if not, in an enabling environment, does not work very well. And so that is level 2. And again, we see that level 1 and 2 still inside the household, but there are, issues beyond the household that, feed into gender inequality, gender and social norms. And therefore, level 3 talks about community. And this is what I think an example of SASA here, which also CARE has used, but there are also other models like social action analysis. And right now, we're also experimenting on something called community scorecard, which has been tried so much in CARE Malawi. And so at this level, we engage the community, we engage the religious leaders there, for example, clan heads, and so on, so that again, we contribute to an enabling community environment to begin dealing with these social and gender norms at that level and issues of inequality. But beyond that, level 4 talks about the duty bearers. And so we go now here to the community leaders, probably the EALCs, sub-county chiefs for the case of Uganda, district leaders, and so on. And now again, we are using a community scorecard approach, but there are also other ways that this has happened through advocacy at that level. And then finally, the last level talks about partnership with like-minded, NGOs, INGOs, etc., and conduct advocacy at national, at regional, and even international levels to be able to address issues of gender inequality. So these 5 levels work in an integrated way, and I want to emphasize that approaches actually can overlap across the levels. For instance, the community scorecard could even, you could get results from the community and use those even at a higher level, and so on. So in short, it's that kind of comprehensive way of looking at things. Just to this Gillingham is actually the consultant that reviewed our those approaches, and I just want to present what she says here, that this involves personal agency, household, community levels, but also it's an approach that could be used to address social, and in this case, gender norms that shape women's and men's opportunities, but also behaviors. So if we go deep into application, and I think I've already mentioned some of these, and I've just run through this, but it is from P to W, and in which we have used in the Uganda country office across different projects. This is just a picture, looking at level 1, where you can see on the right IGA savings going on, and on the left use of farming as one approach at that level 1. Now, what are some of the extensions and adaptations? And that's what I want to really now push boundaries on this. What have been so far the adaptations? Because the power model, as you've heard, was mainly built on GBV prevention and response, but we've extended it to different areas. So right now, the country office, for example, has been engaging, and also in the East, Central, and South Africa care offices, has been engaging on, trying to extend this model and adapt it to COVID-19 environment and constraints, as we know. So, for instance, the VSLAs cannot work as they used to. For instance, reducing the numbers, reducing the share out time, and also moving into virtual meetings and engaging technology. I think Tabitha yesterday showed us how telephones were being used by women, to adapt. So that's the kind of thing we are talking about. How about household models? Usually men, for example, role model men are attached like to 10 households, reaching out to many people. But with COVID-19 restrictions, this has been through smaller groups, also through virtual means or telephone to support households to deal with issues of negative masculinity. Community engagements, as we know, have been severely constrained, so this has gone into smaller groups and following standard operating procedures. Duty bearers and service providers, again, this is an area where we've been working mainly with structures set up by government and duty bearers, for instance, COVID-19 task forces. So we go in there, participate, and also support those structures, but also utilize those to do effective monitoring. Advocacy has been through integration, also taking advantage of existing structures. And I think you heard the commissioner, talking about the concerted effort between the government and INGOs to incorporate COVID-19, to incorporate GBV in the COVID-19 response that had been initially omitted. So this is something that we work with others and, contribute our small bits. We are also working with Makerere on the right here to try and also extend this model and test it out on issues of unpaid care work, and a project led by Professor Bantebia here, where care is also participating. And this is looking at how we can adapt interventions from individual to household to community to engagements with the local duty bearers and national, probably international, on how unpaid, the model can be applied on unpaid care work. The issue I'm trying to communicate here is that we are trying to say, okay, if this model is effective in addressing and prevention of GBV and response, can it be extended to other areas like dealing with the sticky social norms? Can it be extended to deal with emergencies like COVID-19 or Ebola or something of the sort? Finally, in conclusion, the power model has been effective in GBV programming, but also perhaps other areas that we need to document. We've seen its adaptations in the context of COVID-19, which has allowed program continuity, at least for us here at CARE. However, evidence on whether it is effective or the adaptations are effective is something we are beginning to, look at and document, and hopefully through the GROW project. Further extensions and adaptations such as on paid care work is just beginning to occur, and we hope that with the Makerere University, the Economic Policy Research Center and CARE, this is something that we shall learn more. For the future, we think that it should be focused on sharpening the focus on the root causes of gender inequality, which this project is dealing with, the issue of sticky social and gender norms, and to see whether it can help us in terms of shaping programming further, measurement, building on what Paul, was presenting this morning, research, activism, and also advocacy. I thank you so much for your kind attention.
Wow. Well, thanks so much. Thanks so much, Dr. Madanda. Not only were you precise, clear, and interesting, but you also were kind enough to save us 1 minute. And I want to thank you very much for this very brilliant presentation. You simplified a very difficult model into something workable, giving us hope for the future in the world of application. Thanks so much. We are in the middle of things, and we're yet to begin another menu. But before we do that, we've saved 2 minutes that we can use for questions and answers. So if one person has one question that is burning, it can be answered before we go into the next session. Otherwise, questions should go to the chat box. Join me.
That is good.
Yeah. Please, anyone with one question, there will be a privileged person with one question. Otherwise, all questions go to the chat box. If there is no one who wants to take the privilege, I would like to close it here.
Tabitha, can I take that privilege?
Please,
Tabitha, can I take the privilege?
Prof, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, the presenters, and of course, as a co-host from the School of Women and Gender Studies, we really apologize what happened. Really, and I'm glad we fought back and came back and continue with our meeting. I would also like to appeal to the members who have presented their really excellent presentation. If there are some references or reports that they can share with us, because this is the whole business of this network, to share the references and maybe reports, so that because we are learning more from the excellent presentations. Otherwise, thank you everybody. And you can see from the chat room, people are really excited about these presentations. And as indicated, they will be shared, but also I will talk about the new opportunity for publishing at the end of this meeting. Okay, thank you very much, Tabitha, for being a very good moderator and being very efficient. Thank you so much. Tabitha, I'm done.
Oh, yes. Is it time for break, Prof? Thanks for that information. But is it break time?
I think we should continue with the next presentation, given the time that we had.
Fantastic. So we are getting into a different theme, and I would like to hand over to the next moderator. But in the meantime, I want to thank the attendees for being really brave and courageous to come back, and we continued on that business. It was such a rude shock, but we are now past it. And thank you very much to the presenters for helping us to overcome this trauma and shock with your exciting presentation. Thanks so much. Have a blessed morning.
I think you're handing over to who? Is it to Evelyn?
Yes, I think we're handing over to Evelyn, unless we change the program a little bit. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, presenters. Can you all hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you, please, Evelyn. Yes.
Okay, yeah, so I can be very funny and I was a bit edgy, and sometimes it decides to act up at the time when I need it to behave. All right, so Evelyn Letio is my name, and I am a program specialist for ending violence against women with UN Women, and I also happen to lead the team in that thematic area. I am super excited to be here today, so listening in earlier on to the different presentations, and just before me when Dr. Madanda was talking about the power model, it just kind of like, I think, brought me to the space that there is so much that is happening out there that many of us are not aware about. And I think that from this process, we will start rethinking, how we do our work around social norm change. In our next 45 minutes, and I hope we will be able to do justice to this time, we will be delving into the session and a discussion around sexual harassment. And I have found myself in the last couple of months talking about the need for us to move away from the traditional programming around domestic violence as it has always been, to starting to think about the new manifestations of violence that are actually having a great impact on the lives of women and girls. And so it is with pleasure that I will facilitate this session where we will listen to 3 exciting presentations that will speak to how we are addressing violence in institutions of higher learning, how we're working with men to address sexual harassment at the workplace, as well as get out of this country a little bit to see what is happening in our neighboring country, Kenya. Without much ado, our first presenter is, they are actually 2 presenters and people that I do not have to introduce because they are not just my seniors, but I think people whose names we cannot forget when we are talking about the work on gender equality, violence against women in Uganda. Professor Grace Bantebia and Professor Florence Muhanguzi are going to take us through a session on strategies for addressing sexual harassment in higher education institutions in Uganda. And I will now hand over the floor to Professor Grace and Florence to take us through that session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and the previous presenters. I'm Florence Muhanguzi, Associate Professor in the School of Women and Gender Studies. And my work really has been around gender and sexuality and other social and development aspects. I'll be speaking about social and gender norms associated with sexuality, promising strategies for addressing sexual harassment in higher education institutions in Uganda. Our presentation is drawn from a bigger project called the Whole University Approach, Kicking Sexual Harassment in Higher Education Institutions in Uganda, which we codenamed KISH Project, which I know that some of you have heard a little bit about it, or much more. The project is being implemented at Makerere University, and Professor Grace Bantebia Hyomuhendo is the PI, working with myself and Professor Julius Chikoma, who also is going to be presenting about the same aspect, and other researchers. Our presentation is largely going to, we shall give the background context and the main objective of the project, the data sources, then we talk about the social and gender norms around male and female sexuality and how they relate to sexual harassment. Then we talk about the project that we are implementing to address those norms in higher education institutions. Then we will look at the challenges as well as the lessons learned. Please, next slide. Next slide. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm just talking to myself.
No, Florence, you're loud and clear. Please proceed.
Next slide, please. By way of introduction, sexual harassment in higher education institutions is a global challenge. All the way from Europe, to Africa. In Europe, evidence shows that between 20 to 30% of individuals within higher education institutions have experienced sexual harassment. Coming down to Africa, the problem is widespread, and it ranges from 26% in South Africa to 79%, and this is really shows how the problem is complex and is high. Studies, there are a number of studies that have been conducted around the issue, but most of the studies have largely been limited to exploring issues of prevalence, the causes and the consequences, with limited studies that have focused on action-oriented inquiry or interventions that action-oriented research that give us what works and what doesn't. And this is what our KISH project is all about. Of course, we note that sexual harassment is driven by social and gender norms that are related to women's and men's sexuality, particularly the social definitions around femininity and women's sexuality, and the definitions around masculinity and men's sexuality. And evidence shows that most of the victims are women or the survivors, while in most times the perpetrators are men and boys. Next slide. The main objective of our project, of the KISH project, is to put in place and test a comprehensive and holistic system to prevent and respond to sexual harassment through student-friendly innovations that are focusing on addressing knowledge gaps, prevention, and support to survivors of SH. This is based on the fact that there's a lot of knowledge gaps. There's the prevention and support structures are weak, and so our project tries to address those issues. Next slide. The project adopted an experimental and action-oriented research design, engaging or using research for evidence that informed our action, that informed the interventions through a mixed methods approach with quantitative and qualitative methods, where we were able to capture data at the baseline level, the data that informed our interventions. And we've just done a midline survey to try and see the impact so far and the progress. The project is supposed to run for 2 years. We've now implemented it for 1 year. And we've just done the midline survey. The interventions include capacity building and life skills for girls through the KISH clubs, the men's hub, engaging with the men, the online course, the online web-based system and application. We've been able to engage with about 347 students, 150 male students and 190 female students, and about 208 academic and non-academic staff, and that was at the baseline survey to get to know what the issues are and how and what kind of interventions that are required. We've started with Makerere University, and we plan to roll it out to other selected higher education institutions for the second year. Next slide, please. Looking at, talking about social and gender norms, sexuality and sexual harassment in particular are influenced by social and gender norms that define a good and a real woman and man in relation to their positioning and roles. The norms around female sexuality are informed by the social definitions of who is a good woman, and often relating to those attributes or social scripts or beliefs and expectations around passiveness and then subordination, around reactive and responsiveness, or even the expectations that girls and women should be asexual, and these expectations often position women as sexual objects whose sexuality is only real when the man decides to activate it, and that refers to the attribute of responsiveness. And this is reflected in male behaviors such as male behaviors and practices actually, such as catcalling, ogling, whistling at women and girls with offensive sexual remarks. The data shows us that about over a half female and male staff complained about experiences of such offensive remarks. The sexual expectations around womanhood and femaleness, which I talked about above, often lead to sexualization of female bodies, reflected in the specific limits to display and routine concealment of the sexualized parts of the female body, which is through dress code. There are those norms around appropriate dress code, which are usually around whether certain parts of the body should be dressed or should be displayed or should be adorned in long and short dresses or not. And actually the data, the baseline survey revealed that indecent dressing constituted one of the main drivers of sexual harassment. On average, about 33% of the respondents talked about dress code, and also this came out in all the individuals. And so one wonders who should define what is appropriate and not appropriate or inappropriate in terms of the dress code. There are also issues to do with body appearance, women's body's appearance, in terms of shape, complexion, and other markers in relation to how good they are or would be, as far as sexual encounters are concerned. These norms remain apparent and are used to sexually harass women and girls. About 36% of the female students and 37% of the male lecturers complained about those inappropriate and offensive comments about their body's appearance. Next slide. Similarly, the social norms and gender norms, next slide, associated with male sexuality relate to norms of who is a good and real a man, with expectations around activity, around aggression, dominance, power, those with power, strength, brave, control, which expectations which norms position men as active and subjects in sexual encounters, powerful and controlling, with so much emphasis on sexual prowess. And such norms around dominance and power and aggression often create men's sense of entitlement to women's bodies, which in the end manifests in continued sexual invitations, continued invitations for dinner, for outing, for visits, which are all, you know, markers of sexual harassment. And this was like the main form of sexual harassment that 40% of the female students and 32% of the female staff attested to have experienced. These expectations also construct male sexuality as potent and urgent, believed to, where men are believed and expected to have greater sexual urges, which are uncontrollable. And such beliefs lead to, you know, manifested in sexual violence because, you know, then they cannot control and they are aroused at any sight of a woman and a girl, and eventually they behave in ways that, you know, are not offensive to the girls and women around them. There are also expectations around men defining the qualities of women's beauty, reflected in men's inappropriate comments about women's bodies, just that which I have already talked about earlier. Next slide. And so, based on all these and the engagements that we had with all the stakeholders in the university, we designed a project that we call a whole school approach, a whole university approach, to engage all stakeholders in higher education institutions, starting at Makerere, the students, the staff, the administrators, management, and support staff, because we know that, you know, these norms around male and female sexuality touch on everyone, and everyone has a responsibility to prevent and respond to these negative and offensive behaviors and practices that impact on women and girls' participation in education. And so our project is engaging all stakeholders. We have a number of interventions, which I already talked about. And our model involves the KISH. We have established KISH student clubs, which clubs provide space for young women, female students in particular. We started with the first years because of the fact that, you know, when they come into university, they're still innocent, and usually the men take advantage of their innocence, of their ignorance. And so these clubs provide space for them to acquire knowledge about sexual harassment, prevention, reporting, give them skills, and also peer support. The clubs are supported by a trained coach that takes them through a number of modules that covers a number of issues. We have the Men's Hub, which is a knowledge sharing and advocacy platform for engaging men at the university to be agents of change through men's dialogue, to encourage positive masculinity, and that promotes a non-violent interactions. My colleague, Professor Chikoma, will be speaking about this in more detail. We've also put in place an online course to address the knowledge gap about sexual harassment in general, because in our baseline survey, we discovered that actually most of the people do not know what sexual harassment constitutes. And sometimes the perpetrators do it unknowingly, and even the girls themselves do not understand that, what is happening is sexual harassment. And so the online course gives that information. It gives the information on the legal and legal frameworks, the structures for prevention and response. We've also put in place a web-based system for reporting, which provides confidential and safe space for reporting and managing SH cases in a timely and efficient manner. The major complaint has been the confidentiality and the privacy. And because of this challenge, most of the students or even the staff are reluctant to report when they are victims. And so the system that we've designed is meant to address that challenge. Next slide, please. What is the data telling us? The data is giving us some feelers on what has worked so far. Of course, we've been working for 1 year. And so already we can see that we've addressed the knowledge gap and life skills for young women. In our evaluation, we had testimonies of girls whose lives have been changed because of the knowledge that they've gotten. One of the cases, the quotes that I've put there is in Uganda, Echija Omanyi Chinyaga Bitono, meaning that whatever happens around you, when you have the knowledge about it, it will not have any significant effect. Even before it happens, you are aware of it and you know how to handle it. One of the male staff appreciated the approach, and especially that approach of engaging men, and affirmed and said, let's not focus on rescuing the prey, who are the females in most cases, from the hunter, the males who are hunting out the girls and the women, but focusing on them is the right time, is important to make sure that they don't keep on hunting. You tame them from not being wild. And about the comment about the last quote is about the online web-based system for reporting, that they are appreciating its confidentiality. You can easily access it on your phone. Wherever you are, you can report. You can even report, by the way, when it is happening and the person is not even aware that you actually put the person. However, given the fact that, next slide, please, given the fact that our project started.
Florence, I'm kindly going to request. Florence, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm going to request you to try and wrap up. Yes, I said sorry. So that we can be able to move. I'm kind of cognizant about time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just be off in the next 2 minutes. So I'm saying that given the fact that we started amidst the COVID pandemic, we've had lots of challenges in terms of not being able to reach the audiences, and also because we were using online sessions, internet connectivity, of course, has been a problem. There are still also negative attitudes around the whole online interfaces, but also the subject matter at hand given that sex and sexuality matters remain, issues, hidden issues. Talking about them is not easy. Next slide. The lessons learned is that the KISH model is flexible and the different components can be applied to different situations, and that sexual harassment cannot be addressed in piecemeal. It needs a comprehensive and a holistic approach that engages all stakeholders in the process, and that the underlying social and gender norms that define men's and women's sexuality demand unlearning and relearning for a just society. I'll end by acknowledging the funders, who is the government of Uganda through Makerere University Research and Innovations Fund. Thank you. Over to you, Evelyn.
Thank you very much, Florence. Very, very exciting insights coming through there, and I think pointing us to, interrogate the root causes of sexual harassment and violence against women very broadly. And I'm just reflecting on how many times we focus on the leaves, and then we don't look back to why is whatever is happening at this point in time. I imagine there are some questions that will come through for you. Maybe later we'll have a few minutes at the end of the program, the session, but please let's use our chat box to point out to some areas for clarification and questions for Florence as we move to the next presenter, who nicely for us is also going to talk about this project that Florence has spoken to, but specifically on the Men's Hub. So we're going to listen to Associate Professor Julius Chikoma, who is the Deputy Principal for the College of Humanities and an expert in organizational psychology, and he's going to share with us about the Men's Hub at Makerere University. Julius, you have 15 minutes for this presentation, and over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson of this session. For the participants, good morning and welcome back from that initial shock that we all went through. But also, it just talks to actually the theme of this particular session. That initial shock just tells us that, sexual harassment is real, whether it is in physical spaces, but also in virtual spaces. So it is important that we actually spend time reflecting on the wider effects and the underlying issues regarding this phenomenon of sexual harassment. As they have introduced, I am Chikoma Julius. I'm one of the co-principal investigators of this project, and specifically focusing on the element of the Men's Hub on this wider project that Florence and my other colleagues have spoken about, which is aimed at kicking sexual harassment out of institutions of higher learning. But we started with Makerere University. Of course, I must say that it was quite ambitious by saying institutions of higher learning was quite ambitious. I gave the organizers my presentation, so I'm hoping that as I make this background information, the slides will come and you are able to see them. Otherwise, yeah, so this project, kicking the sexual harassment out of institutions of higher learning, I come to it from a number of other interests in terms of my own experiences. Earlier on, I actually had been involved in a project studying this question of rape.
Natalie, may we kindly have that presentation so Julius can refer to that as he continues. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to refer to that, correct. And we had that rape, the experience of studying rape.
Yes, Julius, we are going to share it shortly.
Okay, thank you. So that experience of studying rape was very important for me, and also it was very revealing because we were studying it from a male's perspective. We went to different prisons in this country, and we were very interested in studying rape from the perspective of those who had been convicted by rape. And one important lesson I learned from there is this question of entitlement to sex. Even those who were convicted and evidence was available, they always never admitted that they were in the wrong. They still felt that there was something outside of themselves that created conditions for them to rape the victims. So that background gave me interest much more in engaging in the question of sexual harassment. So are we going to be able to share the slide? Okay, great. All right, so so from studying rape from the male's perspective to now setting up a men's hub at Makerere University via the project called Whole University Approach to Kicking Sexual Harassment Out of Institutions of Higher Learning. Just to give you a context, from the statistics that we have flashed here on the screen, you can see that in all ways, sexual harassment is real in these spaces, in the university spaces. We conducted a baseline survey in order to set up this the different interventions that Florence has just spoken about, which included the men's hub. We first conducted a baseline survey to really get a feel of what is on the ground by investigating the perceptions and the views that come from different people. And you can see from here clearly, everyone knows about sexual harassment. It is there, it knows about its existence and prevalence. It can be heard about it, people hear about it, people feel it. In fact, all the senses, if you applied all senses, there was a sense in which you either felt sexual harassment is around, or you actually heard about it in the corridors. And the data there just really demonstrates that no one is not aware that it is there. But the challenge, as we can go to the next slide, the challenge we found is that much as it is so prevalent, we find that there is a very insidious problem of a culture of silence. Can we go to the next slide, please? There is a culture of silence. And this culture of silence is not even restricted to the spaces in the campus or on the campus, but on and off the campus, be it in the institution, be it in where these people are situated. If it is students, it is that silence is in the hostels, it is in their halls of residence, and it is actually in their homes as well. So it contributed definitely to the challenge of covering up this problem, and therefore making it hard to deal with this problem decisively. And there is also the fact that there is little support to the victims of sexual harassment after they report such cases. So of course it was always like a culture that sort of is clearly blaming the victim. So challenges in how to handle this were definitely aggravated by that context. And it is only when now we started reading about this constantly in the news and reported about that now much more efforts were supported and more resources were now started being put to the disposal of those activists that wanted to deal with this problem. Next slide. So in addition to the we also find that there's a context, there's an institutional challenge as well, in the sense that when you look, the policies are there, and there was a lot of them. I mean, there were policies, there are regulations within the academic program structures, but also separate policies. There's a separate policy of dealing with sexual harassment, and any other programs the university sort of would put in place to deal with it. But challenge was that it was still within the existing systems, and the infrastructure was still intact, meaning that how to handle the case had to pass through the same structure, which was already colored with this culture of silence. So we felt that, and we found that these systems, in the end, are actually dysfunctional. And therefore, if you are going to intervene and really cause action for change, then you needed to re-examine and also look at a possibility of changing aspects of the system in order to give some hope for a reform of the system itself and dealing with the dysfunctionality. So we then reflected on, what are the key questions as part of, this whole project. Some of the foundational issues that we wanted to really see addressed, as you can see, in terms of how can action be taken, especially now that we have this project. So one of the questions is that we wanted to see changes, correct, but what needed to change? So the baseline needed to give us some basis for implementation, where change must be focused, and which change comes when. So now, sooner, later. So this was a key issue for the project. The same with who could make this change. So it was also important for us to reflect on, given the institutional environment, given the structures existing, and some, efforts and goodwill on, the leadership, emerging goodwill and leadership from the different structures. We wanted to know who would be like, partners in this kind of form of progress, and who do we target, and how do we present some of these changes? So these were very foundational issues around the whole project. But again, I think that it was timely, given the fact that there was a lot of outcry, especially when the parliament also decided to set up its own investigation into the whole education system. And those who read media around that time, it could as well appear to us that, in fact, in all these institutions, there's a lot of rot related to the question of sexual harassment. Next slide. So with those questions and reflecting on those questions in mind, we set up this as one of the elements, one of the 4 elements of the project. And I'm going to speak to only one of the 4 elements of this called the sexual harassment out of institutions of higher learning project. I will talk about the Men's Hub and the Men's Hub project. Next slide is one of those project components which is really designed for male staff and male students and to dialogue on masculinity. And also the roles and accountabilities of men with regard to issues of sexual harassment. It looks like the one controlling the slides is slowly but surely going to catch up with me, but it might be late. So I ask that you kind of keep up with the pace I'm using. So this means I have really engaged.
Hello. Julius, do you hear me? Yes, we were kind of losing you. You
very well.
Keep close to your microphone. And colleagues who are changing their decks, please let's keep the pace so that the presenter can move with us. Thank you.
Okay, I hope now we can move together. And I was talking about the fact that given the context I had just explained, in terms of the need for a whole system approach and the need to rethink the ways that this whole problem should be handled and tackled. 4 elements of the program were designed, but I will talk to the only one, which is the one that is focusing on men, and we called it the Men's Hub, which is really some kind of fireplace type of conversation we wanted to set up, where men, sort of like where men can go and hang out as they talk about their own experiences in life, but strictly focusing on questions that relate with their sexuality and issues of sexual harassment. So this Men's Hub really has engaged men in a drive to end sexual harassment by forming men's groups, which we have mentioned. The Men's Hub is a Men's Hub on campus. Initially, we started it as a pilot project. I see there is a chat indicating I'm on and off, so I'm not sure now, am I on?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, and you also have 5 minutes to wrap up the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, I see you have given me 5 minutes. I will ask for one more, given that there has been some fluctuation. So, so this Men's Hub has really, for now, we have held about, we have actually held 15 workshops, interactions with men staff and men students or male students. 60% have been male students, including student leaders, and focusing on training them, to be equipping them with skills and knowledge around this question and how they can be change agents. And also helping them to appreciate issues around sexuality, issues to do with understanding women, and also, you know, what it means to be a man, because part of the challenge, next slide, part of the challenge is really this question of sexuality and sexual development. We've found that the problems of masculinity are traced to this question of how men are socialized into sex. So their sexuality, the socialization process of men's sexuality is really a very problematic issue we've found from these engagements, because it is a very reflective space. People talk freely about, you know, their own experiences, they share. But we found that part of the challenge is socialization, and therefore we spend some time on that, helping people to appreciate, you know, the ill effects of, you know, the negative masculinity forms, and which actually affects both men and detrimentally disastrous effects on women as well. And we use a number of people that are very who have gained a lot of expertise in this area, so that we can help people to really reflect on these very important issues. Next slide. From this space, this is still, you know, we are not yet, we've not covered everyone that we wanted to cover, as I mentioned, but we are pretty buoyant that I think a lot is being covered, and a number of positive changes can be identified. But we have also identified and recognized some issues in how people are appreciating this intervention. So there are some challenges, and definitely there are tensions. Remember, we are touching a very foundational issue regarding men's privileged position. So dismantling a structure which benefits them can be very challenging. And so even though we know that there are a number of them who appreciate it, but they also are concerned that in the process, they also lose something. So this is a bit of something that we are very much alive to, but we are hopeful that as we increasingly engage, we'll see that there is more to gain than what they lose in the restructuring. And I can just read for you some notable quotes that we picked up on the way as people speak about these issues in the hub. Like I will read, one person mentioned that the issue of sexual harassment has been largely one-sided, always portraying men as perpetrators, and while women are always victims. So I think the chances of my claims being taken seriously or believed are low. Perhaps I will be seen as not being a man enough. So this man enough question, you have had it all through. It's a very important issue which needs to be engaged with. Some students feel, another one said, some students feel very beautiful and think they can lure any man. They therefore feel that power to move male lecturers by their sexual practice. And another one said, the female student comes like, help me, I'm willing and ready to do anything. So these are some of the issues we decided to have them talk about these things in their own space. So putting it all together, really, men are critical to shifting environmental cues like the social norms that we are discussing this conference, the cultural dynamics, even the structures in our organizational settings within these higher education institutional settings. However, as we have continued to recognize that men have not played a strong role in this work before or for the time being. So we think that through the Men's Hub, we want to invite men to improve this movement in ways that we think are inspiring, effective, and mutually beneficial. I would like to stop there. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Julius. Very, very exciting presentation there. I was itching to hear more about engaging men in an inspiring way, and maybe, bilaterally we will engage to see how that exactly looks like, because I think men and their agency, their voice, their allyship holds the key for us to change the use of power and address patriarchy in whatever it is that we're doing. Colleagues, I would now want to open up to a Q&A session. So I don't know if anyone has questions, you have a contribution that you'd like to put forward. I have been informed that our third presenter had to step out, so perhaps we are going to benefit from some time to be able to talk about the two presentations from Professor Bantebia and Florence, and now Julius. The floor is open, and I am monitoring. I don't see any hands up here. Hopefully in the next 1 minute, we do see that. Are we saying it was so interesting? No questions? Okay, so I see one hand up there from Aloysius. Aloysius, maybe you want to start us off and and ask the question or make your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn, and thanks to the presenters. Quite insightful what they have presented to us. My only question is, how are the female teachers being engaged in all this process? I know the previous presentations, they talked of online courses, but beyond the online courses, how are the female teachers being engaged? Do they get a chance at certain point to come face to face with men in the hub to have that discussion? Yeah, just to get a sense of how the female teachers are engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure our presenters are taking note of those questions. I see Naomi, your hand is up. Can we just take maybe 2 or 3 questions, then I can open up the floor for the responses to those questions. Naomi, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Very interesting work and presentation. I'm wondering, in the interest of building a culture of positive masculinity, I'm wondering how the KISH program is integrating the lessons in, for example, orientation programs for new university entrants, so that, you know, as people enter the university, they also know that the university promotes a culture of positive masculinity. How, you know, how is that being tackled, and how is the university also linking with maybe other institutions of higher learning?
Thank you, Naomi. So the question around how are we linking with other institutions is something that we're going to hear from the two presenters. I don't see any other hand. I think they are quite interesting things that have come through. One of the things from Julius's presentation that would be good to hear about, Julius, I think for me, is around this men's hub. What is our theory of change based on how we know social norm happening? One of the things I've been asking about university engagement is the fact that, you know, students don't live in university. Sometimes we start engaging them in their third year, and just before something happens, they leave. And so in terms of this continuous and consistent messaging and how behaviors shift across a continuum from knowledge to attitudes to all this, what is the theory of change in this men's hub? And how do we kind of like support men to make change where necessary? Florence, you did say one thing that might be interesting to kind of like hear more about, and maybe I saw Professor, did I see Dr. Zobia online around, you know, and I wrote a statement where we say that we cannot just be punitive. We need to be, I don't think, not Florence, I think it was Julius, where we say just being punitive in enforcing policies alone may not necessarily shift those changes. And I think from how we see violence against women programming, we know that while we want to address the normative level of things, we also want to be able to look at how policies and laws kind of like come in effect to address impunity and how we ensure that services exist. So my question is around how we are using a multi-pronged approach within this intervention in the university, and working with the different stakeholders within the university to be able to see not just systemic change, but to be able to actually end impunity and ensure accountability for those who abuse young university girls there. I mean, in Makerere, but also outside. So let me give to, I see Margaret. So let's hear from Margaret, and then I'll give the floor to the presenters.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and thanks all the presenters for an enriching discussion. My question to Julius and others who have presented on masculinities is, are we beginning to see any patterns regarding the kinds of young men, older men who take up this championing of addressing gender issues and gender equality? Any patterns emerging, any triggers for the aha moment when we get men passionate about these issues? What kinds of men tend to engage actively in the hubs and are really contributing and can be agents of change or transformation? Thank you.
So over to you, Julius and Florence and team. Margaret and Naomi, I'm going to request that we put our hands down if those are old hands, so that it doesn't confuse on who still needs to speak there. Over to you, Grace.
Can I? Yeah. Thank you very much, and and for the comments, they are really very comprehensive. And I wish we had time to present the whole project, but we didn't have that time. One, I will start that we have a comprehensive theory of change for the entire project, and we were not able to bring all that given the time that we have. But now I think the critical thing, we've just done 1 year, and we've just completed the midterm review, and they will soon invite you to present those findings. So it's still a baby, and this baby is, as the title goes, holistic, targeting of everybody, because we know that ending sexual harassment is a responsibility for everyone. From the information that we have, which we haven't getting from the interventions, the girls' clubs of course, it's just 1 year, and the university has been closed. But you can see the networks now they have formed, and the response to issues of sexual harassment when they are discussed on any forum. Because apart from, they have created forums of what those who have been trained, and you see the things they are responding to. You see they are holding sessions for fellow students, and the men too. It is not so big because it's just beginning, but we can see that it has a lot of potential. In the men's hub, I think Julius will talk about it. At every end of the session, they commit to do certain things, and which they report in the men's hub forum. We know that this project is a multi-year, and right now we are waiting to move into Kyambogo and Gulu University. It is a special project that is unique in its way because it's combining a number of interventions which usually haven't been the case. But we promise we shall invite all of you to the midterm review, and I think some of the comments that you have given are going to help us also think further. In terms of the university system, we're already engaging with the university management to streamline and ensure that these courses, the course first of all, is taken by all the students, and that the Kish clubs and the men's hub are introduced even at the orientation, but also mainstreamed through the university processes. That is something that is yet to be effectively, but we have discussed with some officials, and also through the gender mainstreaming, we should be able, once this package is ready, then we should be able to really hand it over to the systems, and it is mainstreamed through the university system. We have been called by all universities, but as of now, we need to complete it. We are going to Gulu, we are going to Kyambogo. Mbarara also is interested, and I can tell you also there are some police people who are interested in actually taking some of these components. So there's quite a lot of interest around it. And we're excited that people are seeing some of the beautiful things that are happening. I think, Florence, you want to add there something, but it's still a baby, and we will need all your support to push it much further. We invite you for yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will give Florence 2 minutes and Julius 2 minutes to wrap this up. Thank you so much. Over to you, Florence.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Bantebia, for highlighting the genesis and moving forward. I just want to respond to one, because the others have been responded to, about the female teachers, engaging the female teachers. We have not yet engaged the female lecturers. Just as Professor Bantebia has highlighted, we are still in the process, and we are planning to start engagement with the female staff, both academic and non-academic staff in our second year, which should be beginning soon after we get the funding for the second phase. Over to you, Julius.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Julius, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone that has given some observation and as well as a question. They are great questions. They are very encouraging, and yeah, it's refreshing that you have been able to appreciate the kind of work we are doing. Now, I think it was Naomi who asked about the kind of positive masculinity, and she wanted to know how are we trying to inculcate it at the very beginning, so that we can address it at the entry into the university. In fact, for the men's hub, we have already undertaken that kind of view. We have actually discovered that if we are going to really do this, we have to get it at the beginning part, not towards the end or the tail end. So we have held special sessions for all academic staff who we called who are new entrants. So we had workshops with new hires. Whoever was recently hired into the university male staff, we brought them to the Males Hub. And once they engage with us in the Males Hub, we also make them members. They become members by being accepted in the social media platform that we have as well. So that after the 2-session workshop, we continue engaging with them on social media. So we've already done that. And when the orientation for student comes around, we will do the same. We have already trained some of the male students to be peer trainers. So that side of things, we have already undertaken it. Professor Grace has already talked about how we intend to link with other institutions for learning. Letitia, that's Evelyn. I think you have asked about our theory of change. And really our theory of change is to really try and address this question of reducing or in fact completely ending these forms of violence, interpersonal and structural forms of violence, by addressing questions of gender equality, healthy masculinities, and actually healthy relationships. So that is really our focus is on that as the broad conception of the challenge. But we are also increasingly realizing that, in fact, we have to move towards this question of changing minds, because really what is so embedded in people's mind must definitely be dealt with if we are to have realistic change. So that one takes me to the last question from who is interested to if there is any pattern that we are observing. It's early stages and early days I can tell you, but I'm still very optimistic from what we are seeing. There is more enthusiasm from the student group than the lecturers group, the staff group, when we engage in these workshops. So we think that's very good because the future is then brighter in terms of gender equality. People who are becoming more stronger in understanding what needs to be done around gender equality, the challenges of unhealthy relationships, and also the fact that they must have healthy relationships. So I thank you very much for those questions. They have been very important to our project.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Bantebia. Thank you so much, Dr. Florence, as well as Dr. Julius, for this very exciting session, and colleagues who've participated and the questions that have come in. It has been a pleasure moderating this session. And I think from where I sit, I certainly is living here with more interest within this collaborative. So Dr. Madanda and Dr. Rebecca and others, we would like to be able to see, how we can engage more strategically in terms of the thinking and the analysis. I have had conversations with Dr. Bukuluchi around how, as the UN, we need to kind of start thinking more about more analytical work and contributing, to publications and things like that. And so I hope that through this kind of platform, you can nudge us a little bit to move away from some of our comfort zones. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And now I will bring this to an end. I have been requested that to give 10 minutes break since we have sat here for some time. So 10 minutes, please do not log off. Stretch around, pick a cup of tea, return that urgent phone call that you put on hold, and let us be back at 22 minutes past 12 o'clock. I thank you, and I'll hand over to Natalie and her team.
Thank you, Evelyn. You've said it all. We shall take a break and return in 10 minutes. You already said we shouldn't log off so that you don't have to sit in the waiting list again. Otherwise, thank you to the presenters, and thank you, Evelyn, for that moderation session.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I was just alerting you that this guy, we can't hear him.
And where is that music coming from? Is it deliberate? That's good. Otherwise.
Hello? Okay, I want us to, Evelyn, can we come back? Yeah,
Hi,
she
Grace.
will also facilitate the governance.
Hello.
Okay, Evelyn, take over, please.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace, and good afternoon, delegates. We are now delighted to transition into...
Dr. Evelyn, I'm
Yes,
wondering
please.
if the 10 minutes are over that we had given people to have a break.
Oh,
I think we've
okay.
only spent
Yes.
like 3 minutes.
No,
Okay.
it is 10
Keep
minutes
around,
already.
around.
And you
We
know, we
might
have lost
start before
time
the team
and we have
returns.
other
We
engagements.
have
So I
lost
suggest
time.
we,
Yeah, let's
I wish
start.
we
People
start.
are there.
Yeah.
Yes, we should
people
start.
have
Thank
remained
you.
online, but
Yeah, we
they have
should.
taken a break for 10 minutes. And I think we've only spent
Please.
less than 5. So could we give at
We
least
are all
another
still,
5
we are
minutes?
all around. We are around. You just call because we don't want to drag this any further.
Yeah, Natalie, and we have other meetings, and yet we are
Yeah.
supposed to present,
All
but
right.
because of the heat
Majority rules,
we have
please
challenges.
go ahead then.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And through the chair, I request that we move on to our next session, which is about adolescents and youth rights. And our first presenter is our renowned Associate Professor, Paul Bukuluchi, who holds the professorship with the School of Social Sciences, Makerere University. Paul gave us a wonderful presentation in the morning, and I'll just give one brief comment about his bio. He's an associate professor at Makerere University, Department of Social Work and Social Administration, School of Social Sciences. He's a social worker and medical anthropologist with more than 15 years of experience in implementation research in the fields of gender norms, social norms, sexual and reproductive health and rights, then violence against women and girls in development and humanitarian settings, particularly in Africa. Professor Paul Bukuluchi, you're very welcome. You have the floor and we are giving you 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I don't think this is the presentation because this is the one that will be made by Dr. Peter Chisache. But Natalie, I sent you a presentation this morning. If that is not the case, I can also project.
Please go ahead and project.
Yeah,
the title
thank you.
should be Integration of Social Norm Theory into Violence Against Children Programming.
Yeah, and I would like to also state that I will be co-presenting with the Aloysius Nyombi. Aloysius Nyombi, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, do you want to project the presentation instead? Then Natalie can give you the authorization to project.
Paul, can you also share it with me in case there is a problem?
Yeah, I'm going to share.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Vantelia. So in the interest of time, we will start. Please, Aloysius, you can share the presentation with Professor Grace Vantelia. So colleagues,
Do you see my screen?
We see your screen, Aloysius.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So I will introduce, then Aloysius will continue. Our presentation is focusing on integrating social norm theory into programming around violence against children. And we are taking a case study of the Bantwana program in Western Uganda. Next slide. We just see just a few things about the program. The Bantwana program planned for adoption of social norms change approach in its first phase of implementation. It intended to influence positive long-term shifts around unequal gender norms related to sexual violence, teen pregnancy, and early marriage. And the target basically was teachers, children, and caregivers. And the problem that was being tackled was reduction of violence against children in schools and communities. Next. The 4 norms of interest were identified. 1, respectable girls do not experience sex before marriage. So this is like a community norm, a community expectation. And then to be considered a man by one's peers and male relatives, a boy needs to have sex. So these norms emerged out of a study that they had done before, and then they decided to target them, their program towards changing this. The third one was girls who have unmet basic needs are expected to look for a man to take care of them. So some kind of transactional sex, acceptance of transactional sex. Then the last one they targeted was parents who allow children to speak up are considered weak. So this is around, suppressing the voice of children. Yes, please go to the next one. So the purpose of the assignment, they had earlier identified some reference groups. And one of the purposes of that assignment was try and understand if the reference groups that they had selected were correct, or if they needed to make some changes in the reference groups. And you remember those who attended in the morning that in the social norms framework, reference groups are very important because these are the key influencers of behavior. They are the guardians of behavior who reward or sanction or punish depending on your level of adherence to the norms in the context of that community. Next.
Really?
Next, please.
Are you serious?
And I hear some voices, so some people should mute. Chair, you might want to advise people to mute their microphones. So a reference group, basically network, comprises of individuals whose behaviors and opinions matter to one's choices. And these differ for the type of behavior,
Please
for the
mute
situation.
your microphone, Natalie, please mute your microphone.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I was trying to describe the reference groups, especially in the context of violence against children. And I was emphasizing that these are individuals whose behaviors and opinions matter to one's choices. So one's decision-making is very much anchored and influenced by whom they consider to be important in terms of the decisions they make. And of course, reference groups differ in relation to the type of behavior, situation, and the person considered, and for the different types of norms. And we note that relevant others may be located in the physical proximity or even at a distance of the individual. So somebody does not have to be close to in terms of geographical distance, but in your mind, these are people who are important to you, whom you consult while you are making decisions. And so they disapprove or approve the kind of behaviors that you chose. That way, they regulate your behavior. Next. Aloysius, do you want to come in at this stage to explain this social network analysis approach that we used to identify the reference groups and verify if the reference groups that had been targeted by the Bantwana program were appropriate or if they needed to make certain changes? Over to Aloysius.
Thank you very much, Paul, for those insights. I'll take it from here. The overall approach or the methodological design that we took was the social network analysis. And this allows us in looking at the patterns of connections or relationships around a small sample of children and teachers that were being targeted by the program and the people who make up their social network. And this really enabled us to explore how norms in relation to violence against children are influenced by these networks. The SNA is particularly important because it supports the measuring of people's strong and weak ties and how they influence behavior. Two, it also supports in understanding how diffusion occurs and thereby create interventions to accelerate diffusion of information and understand with whom people and get an understanding of who people usually communicate with. within the social network analysis design or approach, there are quite a number of approaches, and we chose the egocentric approach to social network analysis. And basically, this is about speaking to the person, to the child, to the caregivers, and getting to know who influences that specific respondent, or at least who they think has influence upon them. So we went out to the field and asked individuals to name others with whom they talk to about the identified social norms, the 4 social norms that Professor earlier talked about, and whose opinion matters. And through this, we were able to map out the influence, the patterns of social interaction among individuals, perceptions of social support from key relationships, and individuals that are especially influential. This was our egocentric sample. In total, we targeted about 28 people, including teachers and parents. Within the particular measures that we studied through this, what is commonly referred to as centrality measures, and one was the in degree, and the in degree means number of times a person is nominated by others in the network. And the implication of knowing this is the persons most central on in degree are the role models or opinion leaders in the network. The other centrality measure that we studied was in closeness, the person that can receive messages more quickly than anyone else, and persons with the highest in closeness ensure that messages spread to the maximum number of people. And then the last centrality measure that we studied was betweenness. And this is the person that messages must go through as they circulate through the network. And these persons are particularly important for the diffusion of information to others within the network. And if this person agrees to a particular idea, then the spread of information is faster and more acceptable. So those are the 3 centrality measures that were studied. How did we analyze the data? The respondents' IDs and IDs of numbers, IDs of people that were nominated by these persons were entered into a database. And this data was entered into a computer program called USENet. So through USENet, we were able to measure or calculate the different centrality measures that I've earlier told you about, that is in degree, closeness, and betweenness. But also we were able to calculate the network density so as to establish the degree of connectivity among the persons that have been nominated by our respondents. There is just one limitation. As earlier said, there are particular approaches to social network analysis, and the egocentric approach really has a limitation because the data only represents the respondent's personal network and not that of his nominees. However, although that was the case, data collected was strong at revealing existing interpersonal influence, which is a key determinant of human behavior. So what are the results? Through the USENet, it gives you such results. And I won't go into I won't go into interpretation of the particular figures. If you want to, maybe a boardroom, it will be easier. But I'll just go to what we found out. So for senior woman and man, we found out that senior woman and man teachers and the head teachers occupy several central positions that are critical to social norm change in the networks. These are persons that play an important role in accelerating social norm change. They are the opinion leaders in the network, they are the gatekeepers of the information, and they can facilitate the diffusion of information to a maximum number of people. Among parents, EALC committee members take on similar positions. We also found out that some structures structures of persons of influence occupy only one central position. For example, in one of the schools, the patron of a child rights club, the patrons of child rights clubs were centrally positioned to facilitate the diffusion of information, while the matrons occupied similar positions. However, they did not take on other positions that are important to social norm change, for example, being opinion leaders or being gatekeepers of information. There are certain structures that were identified, and actually there were certain structures that Bantwana was working with closely. However, we identified that their role can only stop at being opinion leaders, but they cannot play other roles of the diffusion of information or being gatekeepers to the networks. So this was really key to the organization to get to know what a particular role in social norm change these persons can play. So what were the key messages that we got from these findings? What were the findings suggesting? They do suggest that occupying more than one central position in the network demonstrates strength of the structure or an individual in influencing social norm change. Key message number 2, occupying one position of influence suggests that a structure or individual may not effectively work on its own to influence social norm change. So there might be need to bring on board other structures to see that they influence social norm change happens within programming. And we also were able to identify who are those persons, who are those structures that are important in influencing the different, who are those key influencers and members of the different networks, and beyond that, what kind of role can they play in social norm change? So what are the implications of the study? As earlier said by Paul, the organization had already identified some structures to work with, but with these findings, they were able to revise the composition of these community structures or persons of influence. And unfortunately, we didn't go, but we haven't followed up to get to know how the programming is ongoing, but at least that was the implication of the study. They were able to revise the composition and get to know who are the key influencers, and within those key influencers, what particular role are they supposed to play. Thank you very much. Back to you, Paul, if there is anything you want to conclude with.
Thank you very much, Aloysius. You did a great job. I just want to say that really evidence-based programming is very important, because if Bantwana had not engaged us in this process, in this study, to understand its reference groups and if they are working and if they are the right ones or not, they would have done programming, but without identifying key influencers that occupy central positions, multiple central positions actually, that enable them to facilitate social norm change. I want to thank you, the audience, for listening to us, and we look forward to more interface. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Bukuluchi and Aloysius. That was a great presentation, highlighting the power of social network analysis. And it's exciting that I saw a good representation of men in the sample. and also the fact that the people inside our social network surpass the geographical boundaries. Great presentation. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move on to our second presenter, and that is Professor Florence Johire Muhanguzi. Professor Florence is an Associate Professor of Women and Gender Studies at the School of Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University, and a senior researcher in the fields of gender and social development. You're very welcome, Professor Florence.
Thank you, Evelyn, for that introduction. I had earlier spoke about sexual harassment for the KISH project. Natalie, please. And so my presentation is drawing on a paper that we wrote with Professor Grace Bantebia on teenage pregnancy and social inequality, and how this is an impediment to achieving schooling for all in Uganda. It is a paper that has just been published recently, early this year, by Routledge. Our presentation focuses on the issue of teenage pregnancy. Next slide, please. The pressures and risks that girls go in, the patriarchal norms and practices, and all those prescriptions that around teenage pregnancy, and how these are a hindrance to girls' education. And thank you, Paul, for giving those aspects that are key in terms of the influencers and all those stakeholders that are in the girls' lives that influence their life as far as teenage pregnancy is concerned, which are some of the things that I will highlight in this presentation. Achieving schooling for all has been a major goal for many countries, particularly in Africa. And these countries have put in place multiple reforms, ranging from the universal primary education, universal secondary education, and affirmative action, and other reforms, just as we have had from the commissioner this morning, informing us about all the interventions that are going on. All those interventions that have led, some of them have contributed to expansion in access to education for all at the different levels, particularly basic education. And coming to Uganda, at basic education, we have achieved parity. Both girls and boys are able to access education, but the issue revolves around persistence and completion. Looking at sub-Saharan Africa, about only 36% of the countries have reached parity at primary level, and the percentage becomes lower if you go up the ladder of education level. With expanded access to education, gender disparities still remain a concern at those higher levels, with low enrollment and completion levels. And while education accomplishment is partly attributed to teenage pregnancy, teenage pregnancy is also in turn a mark of low education. There is like a two-way interaction between teenage pregnancy and education participation for girls. But issues of social and economic inequality are key, interact so much to create challenges for girls to go through the education system. These social inequalities largely animated by the social and gender norms that define women and girls' entitlements, particularly the roles, the roles and other definitions that often are discriminatory, making the girl child vulnerable. Our study, this paper was drawn on a study that was largely qualitative, but also drawing on secondary sources. We engaged the married adolescents, the young women and men and married teenage mothers, and the young women outliers, examples of positive deviance, those girls and young women who had made it through education against all odds. But also we engaged the parents and teachers and members of the community. And as the previous presenter, Professor Paul, highlighted, these are some of the key reference groups or key influencers as far as girls' lives are concerned. Next slide, please. Looking at the secondary data, teenage pregnancy remains a global concern with 12.8 million annual births among the 15 and 19-year-olds, which is 8 times higher in low-income countries than high-income countries. Uganda is among the top 10 countries with the highest risk of teenage motherhood. Although we see progress being made over the years, but also there's some sort of stagnation, as you can see from the graph. Between 2006, we have been around 25, 24, and 25 in 2016. So sort of even going up. It had gone down in 2011, but so we are now going high. And with the COVID situation, there are lots of, voices that speak to increased teenage motherhood and early marriage. Next slide. There are lots of pressures and risks associated with socio-economic transformation vis-a-vis child rights, which animate this persistent prevalence of teenage pregnancy. While we pride over, child rights and freedoms, with freedom of expression and movement and all that, there were concerns with the people we interacted with, especially the parents, that they claimed that they have sort of lost control of their children, their children's mobility, and this has created a risk for the young girls with mushrooming trading centers that often expose these girls to videos and discourse where they are engaging in risky sexual relationships. Also, to do with the low economic status, there is the issue of inadequate provisioning that where girls find themselves pressured to engage in sexual relationships with wealthy men and boys, especially the border guys, in search of basic provisioning, and sometimes to cover the school expenses. But also these low economic situations, the children find themselves living in inadequate living arrangements where families are crowded, and therefore exposing them to parental marital liaisons that, people noted, the study participants noted that created created risks and vulnerability for girls to engage in sex early, and boys, and therefore as a driver for teenage pregnancies in these areas. Next slide, please. Also, the pressures related to poverty tied with the low value attached to girls' education, which is which has been, which remains apparent throughout the country, although we see some changes happening. And so we had some girls testify how this is an issue, how girls lack fees, they end up dropping out of school, and once they are at home, then that is they are likely to get into relationships and end up having sex and becoming pregnant. This is all about the preference where parents they have to decide between the scarce resources that they have and who is supposed to go to school. It all revolves around the importance that is attached to the girl child. There is also the issue of powerlessness and silence around sexuality, with limited provision of sexuality education and life skills education, which largely is mainly targeted to secondary schools, leaving out the primary schools. But often, the girls and boys also noted that the education that they have is often inadequate, largely prescriptive, feminized in the sense that there is a culture of always holding talks for girls, talking to them about relationships, pregnancy, but forgetting the fact that these relationships involve the boys. And in one of the schools that I interacted with the girls, they were sort of concerned about this kind of over focus on them and without really so much focus on the boys. There are also social norms around the male entitlement of women and girls' bodies, which we already I talked about, I think, in the previous presentation, that often creates sexual harassment by teachers. And girls expressed their powerlessness to report and resist these situations, particularly the fact that there is often lack of support from the schools, the school administration, including even the senior women teachers who girls reported that they were not really even ready to help. Paul has just told us how these senior women teachers and men teachers are key influencers. But, the girls feel, by then in our study, they felt that, these women were not ready to help in spite of that being their role. Teenage pregnancy is also associated with social norms that place high value on women's fertility, which then create high social culture expectations, beliefs around around girls' sexual maturation. That once a girl, as soon as their breasts begin to bud, then that means she's ripe for marriage. And then that becomes an issue. It becomes it creates pressures on the girl child. But also, the fathers, they are expecting to get grandchildren, which is associated with increasing their status. This also is tied with the fact that the young people, particularly boys, believed that engaging in sex before marriage would give them experience for their future marital encounters. This was, one of the expressions among boys, but also the fact that men prefer girls who have had sexual experience. It also shows you how really girls are pressured into engaging in these relationships. As this girl is saying that these days girls no longer care about virginity, and when they decline men's sexual advances, they are said to be fools. They are looked at to be fools. So it is socially stigmatizing. And so these norms are really a concern. Next slide. And when girls become pregnant, of course, they are forced to marry. And sometimes the parents do not believe their stories, especially if they experience, next slide, please, experience rape. But the only thing they want is to, you know, marry them off, get wealth, you know, and if, for instance, this girl expressed her concern and frustration at the experience she had, but she was not believed in by the father, although the mother did. The girl was confident enough. She didn't accept to get married, but you know the father and the community thought she was a leftover, and the father felt that he had made a loss. There are also restrictive norms around adolescents' access to sexual and reproductive health services, given the fact that, you know, they are not expected to engage in sex, and so why should they be accessing those services? Of course, limited information, as I said earlier, and all this is related to, you know, the fact that there's the whole silence around talking about sex and sexuality. There are also, next slide, teenage pregnancy as an experience carries stigma, shame for both the girls and parents within the community. And so once the girl gets pregnant, in most cases, you know, the parents do not even want the community to know that their daughter has gotten pregnant, and sometimes they chase the girl away, or they hide the girl somewhere, or they want the girl to get married before she can deliver. And so we found beliefs and norms around, you know, stigmatization of the girl who becomes pregnant, related to a curse because she doesn't fit into that specific stage. Now she's a woman. Once she's pregnant, she's looked at as a disgrace, wasted. All these, you know, beliefs sort of create stigma. And sometimes the option once the girl gets pregnant is to, you know, make sure that she gets married and she's shielded around that. And of course, early exit from school means she leaves without acquiring the skills that are needed. And therefore, this girl is already, you know, disadvantaged in the labor market, and so she's remains trapped in the cycle of poverty and vulnerable to sexual and gender-based violence and exploitation. By way of conclusion, next, please. By way of conclusion, the persistent high rates of teenage pregnancy definitely challenge the attainment for schooling for all, and therefore it needs attention. Initiatives that to address the issue of teenage pregnancy need to target multiple factors, social and economic, that exist in the girls' ecology. We saw that education is a key strategy for enhancing girls' life skills, aspirations, for delaying engagement in sex, and encouraging social values that envision a different future for the girl child beyond childbearing, because of what I highlighted, the norm that values the girl's fertility, rather than looking at her other value beyond, you know, giving birth beyond marriage. the other opportunities that she can, rather the other contributions that she can make, especially in the labor market, in the development of the family and the nation at large, beyond giving birth. So this requires provision of education beyond the girl herself, to include other people in our social ecology, including the parents, the boys, the men, and the community at large, the senior women and men teachers, to be able to deal with the social and gender norms that influence girls and young women's lives and experiences. There's need to do comprehensive research, particularly on the interaction between the social and education inequalities. Next slide, the last one, in relation to teenage pregnancy and attainment of education. Doing in-depth research into existing interventions at the different ecological levels affecting girls' lives, to identify the most effective strategies with which to address teenage pregnancy. And particularly interrogate some of the interventions that are in place. The senior women and the senior women teachers and the men teachers model needs to be interrogated, given the contradictions around it. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will share the paper. It is a book chapter in a book called Reforming Education and Challenging Inequalities in Southern Contexts. Let me see if I can get the link to the book. It is an online. It is online. If you need to read the details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Florence, and your co-author, Professor Grace. That was an excellent presentation, and I can see a great compliment from Tabitha here. It's a very interesting study and timely to point some of these norms that might lead to the extinction of uneducated girl child. And the research comes at a critical time when most of our girls are at home because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we surely want to see them return to school. So thank you very much, Professor. And now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Peter Chisache, who lectures in the School of Statistics and Planning, Makerere University. He holds a PhD in demography and also a Master of Philosophy degree in Population Studies and a bachelor's degree in Population Studies, and has recently presented at the International Consortium for Social Development Conference, which was held in Johannesburg, South Africa. Mr. Peter Chisache, Dr. Peter Chisache, actually, you're very welcome to deliver your presentation, and you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I don't like starting my presentation with an apology, but I'll offer a quick apology. Because of time constraints, I'm gonna try to be a little bit fast so that I don't end unceremoniously. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much for finding time to listen in. I'm going to present on social norms, attitudes, and access to modern contraception for adults and girls in 6 districts in Uganda. We did this work together with Paul, Max Main, Adekimi, Evrin, and Dan Bazira. Okay, so as of introduction, we know that social norms continue to be prevalent in many sub-Saharan African countries. What we also know is that social norms are customary, of course, by definition. They tend to be unwritten rules that govern people's behavior in a community that are enforced by relevant reference groups. What we also know is that social norms can aid in understanding reproductive health of adolescents, especially young girls in developing countries. But these tend to influence someone's attitudes and behavior. Recent studies have emphasized that social norms can have an effect on adolescents, which really shapes their behavior, how they manage their reproductive health spheres late in life. The other thing we know is that adolescent girls, they tend to be disproportionately affected by gender norms compared to boys. So the effects is much more pronounced among girls than boys. What we also know is that social norms have been observed to impede access to sexual and reproductive health services. Specifically, we're talking about modern contraception, because that's where this topic is really focusing. And that's really more prevalent among adolescent girls. What we don't know is that there is little about the effects of social norms on reproductive health. And we're talking about things about how to access modern contraception in Uganda. Now, we carried out this study. Data was collected in 6 districts. That's Amdat, Kabiramaido, Kasese, Moroto, Toro, and Padel. 3 of the districts, that's Amdat, Moroto, and Padel, they are located in the northern region. I'm just trying to give this background for those that don't know where these districts are located. The other 2, Kabiramaido and Toro, they're in the eastern region, and Kasese is in the western region. So obviously, Amdat and Moroto, they are located in Karamoja sub-region, which is one of the least developed regions. I'm trying to give this background, just relates to the services of sexual and reproductive health. Agriculture seems to form the main economic activity in these studied districts, and social norms and patriarchal systems continue to be entrenched in the studied districts. These really stop girls from really making independent choices, informed choices about sexual and reproductive health. So this was a community cross-sectional survey. Obviously, it was quantitative. We collected information from 3,427 individuals. The data collection took place somewhere around August, September 2019. We obviously tested the data collection instruments and all that. We tried to use data to really come up with these runs, and we present these results at different levels. So we said, let's look at the females. We looked at age in single years. We tried to really look at this data, did analysis by current marital status. Some of them told us they were currently single, others were married, widowed, separated, divorced. We tried to really analyze this data by their level of education, religion, and we asked them if they consistently use a condom to prevent pregnancy. We also asked them if it is not easy for women below 20 years to get pregnant. We had questions about the belief that withdrawal prevents pregnancy. Women or girls have a right to access family planning methods. So we asked them other variables. We asked them if a girl is sexually active, can use contraception to prevent. I mean, we're trying to test their knowledge. We also asked them if unmarried women or girls should access contraception. Respondents were also asked if married women and girls should access contraception. I mean, how they think about these statements anyway. We also asked them if they know that to obtain contraception prevents pregnancy. Women who carry, we wanted to gather their ideas about what they feel about women who carry condoms, whether they are promiscuous or not. It's a good idea for girls to know about sexual matters because they'll get spoiled. And so responses to each of these, we are attituding, of course. So they would either disagree to the statement or they could agree to the statements. The main outcome variable, we asked them whether adolescent girls were allowed to access contraception in the community. So we used that question. Of course, so the response to that was yes or no. So we used that to measure social norms in a community. As of descriptive, of course, there were more females in the sample, males. In terms of age, majority of them were in the age group 25-39. But let me just take you to the model just quickly. So what we think is that what the results show, that women that were 40 and above, they were more likely to agree that women in this community, I mean, when you look at the question we asked, respondents were asked whether adolescent girls allowed to access contraception in this community, they thought that, they were more likely to say that yes, they're allowed to access contraception in this community. But obviously, the married and the widowed, and the divorced, and the separated, they say otherwise, okay? Respondents that were of primary education, they had secondary education, and tertiary, vocational, university, they also say girls are more likely to be allowed to access contraception in this community. But the reverse is true for the born agains, for the Protestants. We can't really get a reason for that, but we think it could be part of the trainings. We also think that, yes, respondents that were slightly more educated than those that were not educated could have really information about where to obtain contraception. They could have information about the benefits of using contraception. They could have really, they may be empowered, all right? So that's one other reason. And so we think they're more likely to make independent, yes, positions, choices, decisions regarding their reproductive health and rights, yeah. When we considered other beliefs, what do the results tell us? Yes, those that said, yes, they consistently use a condom to prevent pregnancy. They say, yes, we agree. I mean, and that's an obvious response, really, an obvious reason. If you agree that if it's a condom, you're more likely to prevent pregnancy, you're more likely to say, yes, girls, or to agree to the statement that, yes, girls are more likely to, to access contraception in the community. It's very obvious. And so is a girl who is sexually active, can use contraception, prevent unwanted pregnancy, and married girls should have access to contraception. Yes, I mean, because the idea is that it prevents them from having unwanted pregnancies. Okay, married women should have access to contraception. And again, this reason may really cut across, all these findings. Women know where to obtain contraception. Again, it's very obvious. I mean, you know where to obtain contraception. You're more likely to have access to contraception in a community. What is different from that is that the belief that withdrawal prevents pregnancy, those that agree to the statements. Now, obviously, they're more inclined to really go by the traditional methods as opposed to modern contraception, okay? Because in any way, you can't have withdrawal as a method from a provider. It's not easy for women below 20 years to get pregnant. Okay, again, those that agree, yes, less likely to have to agree that girls or women, yes, they should have access to contraception in a community. Okay, sorry, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. To conclude, what we observe, we're saying that overall, our study demonstrates that a higher proportion of respondents hold social norms that inhibit adolescent girls from accessing contraception in the community. We think that this is reinforced by the negative attitudes towards allowing girls to access contraception, okay, in general, the sexual and reproductive health services. The cultural context and location had an influence on supporting social norms that do not allow adolescent girls to access contraception. If you look at respondents from districts like Karamoja region, talking about specifically those from Moroto and Amdat, you're more likely to report social norms and attitudes that inhibit adolescent girls from accessing contraception. So what do our findings suggest? They suggest that the need to apply social norms change approaches in addressing social norms and attitudes that inhibit access and use of contraception by adolescents in areas where adolescents are prone to early unwanted pregnancies and other negative reproductive health outcomes, okay? The other finding, the other point I want to make is that our findings really underscore the needs for context-specific adolescent and sexual and reproductive health services, we can think about risk factors, we can think about attitudes, social norms that really affect access to modern contraception by adolescents, mostly in these studies. Now, just like any other study, we had a presentation to this. The first one is that while every effort is made to ensure that, yes, this is representative, respondents that stayed at home for the entire period this study was conducted may not be really represented in the study. But we think that the data we use in the paper provides, yes, an excellent snapshot, provides context to what is happening in the community. Of course, the cross-section nature of the data we use really cannot support causality. And so we're less likely to infer yet to cause and effect relationships here. We want to thank Susan or JD, may her soul rest in peace. She provided useful comments in the design of this study. We also want to acknowledge UN Women Spotlight Initiative, European Union for funding the study, the University of California, Macquarie University, and CARE for organizing this workshop. This paper is under review in some journals, so we hope for positive feedback. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that very informative presentation. Dr. Namisango has stepped out a bit, so I'll be taking over the next few sessions to the end of this these presentations until the closing session. So comments still can come to the the chat box, and I would now like to take opportunity to welcome Gertrude, Senior Program Officer at UCOBAC, who is going to present community mobilization and mindset change on menstruation. As we know, menstrual hygiene is a critical development issue in our neighborhood. So Gertrude, welcome.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, Natalie, for sharing. My name is Gertrude Nalvinga, a Senior Program Officer at UCOBAC. For those who may not know UCOBAC, it's an NGO based in Uganda, working to promote human rights and improve the welfare of women and children using community-based initiatives. So I'm going to take you through a presentation on community mobilization and mindset change on menstruation. Please, Natalie, go to the next slide. The presentation will have a brief on UCOBAC, which I've already hinted on, an overview of menstruation, the menstruation situation, menstrual hygiene management in Uganda, what does our legal environment look like? And then we shall talk about menstruation from a social and gender norms perspective. Why do we have these norms on menstruation? Where does it come from? And what impact does it have on women and girls especially? And how do we get past these norms and cracking the norms? Please move on to the next slide. As I mentioned earlier, for those who have not interacted with UCOBAC, we work in 4 regions of Uganda in 10 districts, and we serve women. We will look at empowering women and children and their families through 4 program areas, that is orphans and vulnerable children, women's land and property rights, food security, livelihoods and climate change resilience, and then sexual and reproductive health rights and GBV. I'll not dwell on that for lack of time. So when we look at general menstruation in a general manner, according to the UN statistics, the recent statistics by the UN, 76% of the female population aged between the years 15 to 49 is of reproductive age. But as we look at these statistics, I think back home here in Uganda, we have children as young as 9 years who are menstruating. These have not been counted. Have we as a country thought about them? Have we prepared them for menstruation? Is this where the social and gender norms on menstruation start from? And then when you look at the main monitoring framework for progress of global development, the Sustainable Development Goals, if you look at SDG 3 on good health and well-being, 4 quality education, 5 on gender equality, 6 clean water and sanitation, 8 on decent work, and I may go on with the list. All these seek for the realization of human rights for all, but particularly the empowerment of all women and girls to be able to access resources, to be empowered, to lead safe and dignified lives. So this is our view of the menstrual situation. Please go back to the last slide. And then when we look at, according to our African societies, especially, we consider menstruation as a no-go zone. We do not talk about it. It is a taboo. And I think this is where our problems start from. This is where the girls get misconceptions. They consult their peers who also have limited knowledge on the issues. And so they end up making bad choices or poor decisions. Then when you look at the statistics further, research by Kalembe and Emojong and UNESCO, it indicates that 1 in every 10 girls misses school for 1 to 3 days. If you do some simple mathematics there, that means a girl or a woman can lose even as much as a month in a whole year of productivity without engaging in anything productive because of menstruation. This is why it's an important issue that we need to prioritize. And then we have a slot on May 28th, every May 28th. This is very good for continued advocacy and to talk about menstruation as an important issue. Moving on to the next slide. Uganda also realizes that menstrual hygiene management is an important public health matter. And this is why when you look at our constitution, it provides for the right to good health. We even have a health service commission that is supposed to ensure that there's access to health services, clean and safe water, among other services and opportunities. And then when you go on ahead, we have the policies like the National Gender Policy, which aims at achieving gender equality across all sectors and aspects. And we have the Environment Health Policy, National Environment Management Policy. These look at women. They recognize women and girls as the main users of water and sanitation facilities. Further looking on, we have the policies, gender in education sector policy, and so forth, so on and so forth, and specific initiatives like the National Menstrual Hygiene Management Strategic Plan. We have a National Sanitation Working Group. This is very good. That means we are somewhere ahead. We have a supportive environment, but they do not explicitly track the social and gender norms on menstruation or their impact on women and girls. And they are not known to a lay person. So they cannot demand for their menstrual hygiene rights because they're not aware of what the law provides. And even the law itself does not talk about, is silent about the social and gender norms that are affecting women. Let's move on to the next slide. When you look at menstruation from a social and gender norms perspective, here I bring out why we are where we are right now, why we have social and gender norms on menstruation. As I said earlier, that menstruation is a taboo. We do not talk about it. It's left to the women to discuss because it's never talked about. It's in the harsh tones, since it's never discussed openly. And then it's also a problem in a way that it's causing continued sexual and reproductive health problems, such as early pregnancy, because you find that some girls will engage in sex during menstruation because they are told that when you have sex during menstruation, the cramps will go away. You will not feel any pain. Such misconceptions. And this is when even girls are forced into early marriage because some are looked at as a women once they approach menstruation. So we need to talk about menstruation. And then when you look at the next point, low consideration of menstrual hygiene issues and challenges stems from historical practices. Long ago, girls weren't going to school. What does that mean? It means that sanitation facilities, toilets, were constructed for the boys. They were being constructed with boys in mind. So there are no safe spaces created for girls to change or to wash, no designated places to dispose of sanitary materials. And this is a problem. And this is why we think menstruation should not be prioritized or considered. Even now, when girls have started going to school, nothing has changed. Schools are not taking into consideration this. The engineers, the professionals are still ignoring it. They do not advise on this matter when construction is taking place. Absence of women in leadership positions back then meant no prioritization of menstruation as an issue of concern. This meant that there's no one to influence the agenda, to talk about menstruation, to see that, the needs of women and girls are considered when it comes to menstruation. So that is why we see there is inadequate sensitization of our construction engineers on latrine design, planning for solid waste management. So, and that is a gap. Moving on to the next slide. These are some of the examples of the social and gender norms of menstruation. You can throw in some that you've heard from your communities in the chat box. Menstruation is supposed to be addressed by mothers and aunties, which is not right. What happens to the children or girls who stay with the male guardians or fathers? Do they push them away? Do they tell them to go, I don't know, where else for consultation? So they will suffer in silence. In some communities, the start of menstruation means maturity or womanhood of a girl, and therefore marriage in some cultures. So this is where the early marriage, the planning for early marriages or unwanted marriages starts from. Once a family sees that their child has started menstruating, oh, she's now a woman, she's ready, she has blossomed. When she has even breasts, that's even worse. Then she's ready for marriage. Menstruation is a secret, and this is why we talk about it in harsh tones. In some of our cultures, like my Chiganda culture, we hear girls saying chiba, chibada, akamyufu. We cannot talk about it openly. It's not a conversation to bring out. It's a shaming. In other words, it's disgraceful to talk about menstruation. It's considered to be unhygienic and dirty. Some women and girls determine the onset of their menstruation cycle from the moon. So what does it mean when nature changes that day and the moon does not show up? Because you hear some girls saying, when it turns a bit darkish or brownish, I know my peas are coming. So what does that mean for them? And then in some cultures, a girl in menstruation, when a girl in menstruation climbs a tree, it means it will not bear a fruit. Even a garden, if a girl goes through, or a woman goes through a garden, when she's menstruating, then that garden will not yield anything. So what happens to women who engage in agriculture activities as a main source of activity? And then in some communities still, all these are misconceptions or social and gender norms that we believe in, where the practices start from. So if a girl bans pads, she'll never produce. It's also a tool for monitoring girls' behavior. So parents check on their girls. If she does not ask for pads for that particular time, is she already engaging in sex? Is she pregnant? I can go on and on and on about the norms. But what is the impact of these norms on our girls and women? Thank you for that alert, moderator. On a positive note, they push girls or women to promote good hygiene and proper disposal of their materials, because if you're told you'll never have a child because a dog licked your pad, why would you throw it there? Or you'll never produce a child because of this and that. And we respect elders because we think and feel that they can be consulted on these issues, they know better. Menstruation also emphasizes women's identity, and thus they require special consideration. It also, in some cases, women are exempted from heavy work. And this is good on a good point, but also has some disadvantages, as you're going to see on the other side of the impact. The negative impacts outweigh the positives, as you can see. So there is reduced access to economic opportunities. As I mentioned earlier, if a woman is in her periods, then she'll be told not to go to work, or that she cannot interact with others because she's in menstruation, or even a girl engaging in sports. Increase the exposure of women and girls to risk of infections and skin irritation because they do not talk about menstruation. They suffer in silence. So some can even suffer and get infertile. Disengagement or broken relationships between girls and parents or guardians. Some parents assume that once a girl has started menstruating, that's it. That's it. You sort yourself, you understand better. And that is a problem. You're left without understanding what to do about your body. And psychosocial stress. You find girls wishing that I was a boy. You find her walking in a weird way. I hate this pad. I don't know what to do. I hate that time of the month. So this is why we have girls wishing to be boys, which is not good. They should appreciate their gender. Discrimination of women and girls and low esteem. This is mostly in schools. Girls are stigmatized, especially if she soiled her uniform. She will not want to go back to school. Women are deprived of men's support during menstruation because they do not understand what we are dealing with. We've left them out of the conversation, so they cannot support us. Or even if it comes to home, or that particular day, the mother may be having a bad headache due to her periods, and the father will not even say, let me help her out with the chores, because he does not understand that you need support. There's limited understanding of menstruation by boys, hence making girls a laughing stock. Moving on to the second last slide. Please move on to the next slide. How do we get past these norms? These are the recommendations. We need to equip girls and women with adequate information on menstruation, especially those who have not yet started menstruating. They need to understand so that they are not scared, so that they do not make bad choices. I wish the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and other stakeholders could work together. They shouldn't leave this conversation to the CSO, because it is CSOs that are running around in different schools and environments talking about these issues. So it should be a collaboration between the government and CSO. There is need for deliberate inclusion of boys in the menstrual hygiene management discussion to limit ridicule due to ignorance, to help them understand the matter and perhaps be more supportive. And there's need to undertake campaigns targeting especially the culture and religious leaders and elders, because these are the custodians of culture. They decide what happens. So, and I was glad when Honorable Amongi mentioned that they will be working with the traditional leaders to transform the norms. I hope they'll prioritize menstruation at some point. Then we need to encourage parents and guardians to play their role, irrespective of gender. It's not a women's issue. Even fathers should be involved. So they should not shy away. And we need to equip senior women or teachers with more information and resources to support girls. In some instances, you find senior women talking about menstruation at school, but outside the school premises, it's a taboo. They do not talk about it. That means they don't have the confidence. They don't have all the information. So they think it's only within that perimeter of the school. So also, Ministry of Water and Environment, working with other stakeholders, should mainstream and implement gender in its programming, and even supervise, implement, follow up to check on adequate water and proper solid waste management in schools, in communities. It shouldn't be left at NDP programming only and then we move on. So they should check to see that the needs are catered for. And lastly, we need to support women and girls to access economic opportunities to meet their menstrual needs. And moving on to the last slide, I conclude by saying that menstrual hygiene management goes beyond provision of pads. It's important. Yes, we are providing pads, teaching about reusable pads, but it goes beyond giving pads. We need to implement a comprehensive menstrual hygiene management framework where we ensure that people have the right information to be able to make the choices and decisions, avail facilities, appropriate facilities in schools and communities and all places that need to have them. Avail services. Government should ensure that services are provided at a lowest cost possible. If condoms can be distributed all over, what about pads? You know, for the condoms, it's even optional to have sex, but for pads, it's not optional to menstruate. You have to menstruate if you're in that reproductive age group. So they need to subsidize the cost of pads. And then lastly, mobilize communities to support girls and women. Thank you for listening to me. Back to you, moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gertrude, for that very informative work. And I think we have learned quite a lot from UCOBAC, you know, from the land rights, I think on the first day, and now menstrual hygiene, you know, very, very important work on gender norms, on gender equality. And we look forward to learning more. Let me now also take opportunity to welcome the next presenter under governance. And I also request that there is one presenter that we skipped in the morning. He had an engagement that took him away on ending violence on campus for project CSA Kenya. So I request that we shall give him like 5 to 10 minutes to just lead us through. But first of all, let's listen to Belinda Knowles from CARE Netherlands. Belinda, welcome to share.
Thank you very much. Would you like me to share my own screen?
Yes, please, Belinda, share your screen.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So welcome everyone. My name is Belinda Nolles and I am a knowledge manager at Care Netherlands. And I'd like to share some of the findings with you of a research and of a program that we just recently finalized. And this program is called the Every Voice Counts program. So I would like to share some of the main lessons on social and gender norms for inclusive governance with you. And just to show you what I will be talking about today. First of all, I'll be sharing some of the programming approaches that we used in this program. And then I want to zoom in specifically, because I have little time, on social norms that affect public authorities. So first of all, I just want to give you a little bit of a background on the program that I'm talking about, the Every Voice Counts program. It was a 5-year program, and it was implemented in Afghanistan, Burundi, Rwanda, Sudan, Pakistan, and Somalia. And this program was implemented together with 2 international partners and also various local organizations in the 6 countries that I mentioned. So the tender was originally aimed at strengthening advocacy capacity of civil society organizations. And the program, of course, revolved around that, but would also specifically aimed at including women and youth in public processes. So we're talking a lot about inclusive governance in this session, and I just want to share with you what that means for care and partners. So inclusive governance refers to the space that vulnerable groups have in certain governance processes. And so in this program, Every Voice Counts, this program was not originally aimed at identifying and transforming social norms. But one of the main findings of the midterm review were that there are certain harmful social norms that were found to be a great barrier to the inclusion of women and youth in governance processes. And therefore, after midterm review, this program then started to do more research on this and also to develop certain interventions specifically to transform social norms. So just want to share with you some of our main approaches in this program. First of all, there was a lot of campaigning developed to shift certain social norms, and they targeted women and youth, but also certain power holders such as public authorities and clan elders in Somalia. In Afghanistan was aimed at, for example, religious leaders, and in Sudan also traditional leaders. So a great scala of target groups, our teams were trained by an organization called R&W Media. First of all, they were trained to use the media in a creative way to change attitudes and beliefs. And they used also a specific approach called persuasive storytelling. This is an approach where you try to reach target audiences through very compelling stories that trigger them emotionally. And so this was a very effective way of reaching all these different types of target groups on various social norms. So our second approach was through social media. So social media was used not only as a way to disseminate information, as it is often done in all types of programming, but it was also used as a way to really stimulate dialogue between different groups. So various public officials, but also all kinds of grassroots organizations and people were able to have dialogue with each other through these channels. So, for example, Facebook and Twitter were used most extensively. And so, just to give you an example, the team in Rwanda, for example, launched a peer-based campaign called Real Men. And the message of that campaign was that the participation of women in setting certain national priorities is also the pride of a man. And so they try to engage married men in increasing participation of women in government planning and budgeting. So then the program also used both women and men role models. So the women role models, for example, they weren't only inspiration to other women, but they also shifted men's perception of what is possible. So they really challenged the idea that only men can be leaders. Then we used a whole range of male role models. Sometimes they were simply peers, trying to influence some other men in their communities, but also oftentimes we work with power holders, male power holders, such as religious leaders or traditional leaders. An example of that was in Afghanistan, where we worked with religious leaders, imams, and they spread messages about women's rights during Friday prayers. And also distributed booklets with certain women's rights messages that were confirmed by certain quotes from the Quran and other religious texts. Then, last but not least, we set up a learning trajectory on transforming governance norms. So up to that point, we had mostly been working on gender norms, but we realized and we learned in the program that certain governance norms were also a great barrier for inclusive governance, and therefore we first started doing quite some research on this topic, and then also started to integrate the findings into our work and into our interventions. And for example, we tried through trainings of public officials to change the mindsets of these authorities related to participation in governance processes. So some of the lessons learned on our main approaches that we use to shift social norms. First of all, it's very important to link work on women's public participation to the household participation. So, for example, our teams in Burundi and Rwanda focused on trying to get men to step up and change their household norms. So, for example, doing more household chores to free up time for their wives and daughters to participate in the community. And that really focused, that focus really yielded results. Then secondly, we also learned that interventions must also address social norms that affect men, such as those around masculinity and power. So some of those interventions also made use of public authorities that really toned down some of those norms around masculinity and encouraged positive behavior change so that men would become more supportive of women and girls' inclusion. Then we found that most of the outcomes that we realized in this program, actually, I think it was even, it was 61.8% of all outcomes were a collaboration of different partners. So we found that social norm change really requires the support of multiple actors in order to affect lasting change. And that is because these social norms are socially constructed and therefore require stakeholders from all walks of life, so to speak, to affect change. And then our last lesson learned is on linking online and offline campaigns. So we saw that the reason that these have to be linked is that the target groups that were engaging in online and offline campaigns are completely different. For the online campaigns, we found that mostly urban youth that were quite active online, and also a majority was male. While in offline campaigns, it was more diverse, and women were also very active, for example, but also religious and traditional leaders. So if you want these groups, like I said, we need multiple actors to affect change. And therefore, when you set up campaigns, it's very important to link online and offline if you want to bring these multiple actors together. Then I want to just show you here, this presentation will be shared, I assume, and then you can read here a little story about an imam who promoted women's rights in Afghanistan. I'm not going to go through that right now due to lack of time. So we're going to focus more on social norms affecting public authorities. As I mentioned, the program Every Voice Counts first focused mostly on changing gender norms, and then gradually we advanced to working more on norms that affect public authorities. So we started quite some research on this, and I first want to go just very briefly through a couple of definitions, just to make sure that you understand what we're talking about when we talk about social norms that affect public authorities. So I know that some of the sessions before this one have already spoken about social norms. So I think you're aware of what those are, behavioral rules and expectations that are constructed and shared by a certain group called a reference group often, and they can be often reinforced through sanctions. So these social norms, of course, are upheld in communities, but public authorities are also part of communities, and therefore they are affected by these social norms. They take them with them. They sometimes believe in them or not, and they uphold them or not. But they can even take these norms to scale, because if they uphold these norms and they believe very strongly in them, then they can transform these into certain procedures or take them up in policies. And therefore, these norms can then be taken to scale, which can have serious consequences. Then there's something called governance norms, which is slightly more high level. These are the rules and expectations that govern the social contract between citizens and the state. So we're talking about, for example, what we aim for in good governance in general terms, such as accountability or transparency. But it can also be something that is already existing, such as patronage or power and political influence. So that's what we call governance norms. And then there are, of course, also gender norms, which you spoke about before in previous sessions, which are actually a subset of social norms that define what is acceptable and appropriate behavior for women and men. So here you can see in this little visual, you see that there's an overlap between these three things. And for example, both governance norms and social norms can be gendered, and therefore there's this overlapping bit. So I just want to show to you some of the main findings of this research. So first of all, We try to identify some of the social norms that affect public authorities. So here are a few examples of them. I'm not going to go through all, but I just want to highlight a couple. So for example, a lot of the local authorities that we interviewed said that inclusive governance implementation should be the responsibility of the national government rather than the local government. So they really felt that this is a mandate of national government. And often local authorities felt that it was not their mandate, and they often also didn't have any budget. And so that sort of ties also to the third example here. It is more important to be accountable to your superiors than to the general public, which can, of course, be quite problematic if you want to implement an inclusive governance program that certain local authorities, but also of other authorities of other levels, find that that they should be more accountable to superiors than to the general public. Another interesting one was the last one. Elders should be the main voice for communities. Decisions and communication should be done through them. Also quite troubling, and we found also that local authorities and they really feel very strongly that they should go through a certain leadership of the community, and rather than certain grassroots groups or organizations. So these are just some of the examples, and then our main lessons learned on this topic. So we found that international actors, NGOs, and also donors have a lot of influence on social norms that affect public authorities, more so than we thought, actually. We interviewed a large sample of authorities, and most of them felt that inclusive governance was just simply something that they had to adhere to in order to get funding. So that is quite unfortunate. There was very little ownership felt of inclusive governance. Then also we found that the priority for inclusive governance disintegrates at the local level. So I mentioned this already before, that authorities feel that there's this mandate at national level, and of course they feel that they should also implement that to a certain degree, but they don't feel that it is really their responsibility to seek this themselves. And they also very often said that there's just simply no budget. Then another interesting finding was that that authorities felt that improving inclusive governance creates an opportunity for big expectations at community level. So they felt that they were, working on inclusive governance would open this box of Pandora almost. And they felt that by including certain vulnerable groups in governance processes, they would be giving up power to the public. And our final lesson learned was that we found that marginalized communities themselves also have social norms that impact their participation. We found that the social norms in communities are often internalized by, for example, women and youth, and that can be quite self-disempowering, leading to even to the fact that women and youth feel that they simply do not belong in these processes. Now, so then most importantly, how do we address—
Belinda, 1 minute.
Okay, I'm going to round this up. This is my last slide. How do we address this? First of all, we need to build public authorities' understanding of inclusive governance. This is a very important one. And we can do so by using instrumental reasons for inclusion. So we show them examples where policies and processes have improved due to inclusive governance. Then secondly, we build the understanding of the community also on inclusive governance. So we make sure that they have a personalized understanding. So we actually encourage bottom-up, locally driven initiatives. Then I'm going to skip the third one and go straight to the fourth one. Importantly and very effectively is to work with certain champions within and between communities. In Every Voice Counts, for example, we worked a lot with mayors who believe strongly in inclusive governance. And these mayors would then go and they would model their sort of approaches to other mayors in other municipalities. And finally, of course, very importantly, is to work with men as change makers, because they're frequently still overlooked. And we should seek their support and target their awareness raising. And then I just want to show you this slide, because if you want to read more about our approaches, such as our campaigning and persuasive storytelling approach, you can find that through that link. And also you can read more about the social norms research for social norms of public authorities. And finally, we also have findings on monitoring of social norms and gender norms, and you can find that in the last link on this slide. And thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Care Netherlands, and for looking at this from the governance angle, and seeing how social norms, how gender norms, how all these governance norms impact on the way we operate. Very sad that inclusiveness deteriorates as you go lower to the community. So that's a very nice for us to to think about. I want to really thank all of you for reaching this far, for the patience. And right now we have one presentation, and then we go into closing session. And I think we are already discussing how we can make this shorter so that we are out of here. And we have done this, reached here just because of the interruption in the morning. So there is one presentation by Dollarman. And Dollarman kindly take about 10 minutes to, take us through what you have, and then we'll have a maybe very, very brief discussion, if at all, and we move into the closing stage. Dollarman, are you online?
Yes, thank you very much. Here, Amazon, and
Dollarman, could you project if you are able to do so from your end?
Yes. Yes, I want to project from my side if I'm allowed.
Can I hear whether you are online?
Belinda, can you stop sharing?
Dollarman.
Hello.
Belinda, please stop sharing so that Dollarman can present.
Yes.
You can see Dollarman here.
Can you hear me, Ramazan?
Belinda, please stop sharing.
Belinda, please stop sharing your presentation.
Ramazan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just waiting to share my screen. I'll take less than 10 minutes in my presentation.
Hello, Belinda, are you available?
The controller can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for stopping the sharing. And then now we could project from Dollarman. Dollarman from the Center for the Study of Adolescence, Kenya, CSA Kenya. Thank you very much. And looking forward to your
thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to do the presentation. I'm going to present about a project that we did as the Center for the Study of Adolescence on ending violence in campus. I'll start by giving a brief background on why we took this intervention sometime back in the year 2019 in one of our main universities here in the country. It's called Moi University, a university that is named after our second president. Had some very bad reports on cases of rape within the school, particularly the university hostels, and these attracted wide media coverage and led to public outcry. After some assessment and reports by the Ministry of Education, it was noticed that the university did not have any comprehensive plan for monitoring the extent of gender-based violence, preventing future gender-based violence, or assisting the survivors of gender-based violence within the university. And so I've tried to compress my presentation because of time. The interventions that we did are as follows. First of all, the main purpose of Ending Violence on Campus project, EVOC, was to develop and test a comprehensive law feasible and student-driven model of prevention monitoring and providing victim or survivors services at the university main campus, that's Moi University. And that would be able to implement, sustain, and build upon in coming years. And the main elements were, we had three main elements on prevention monitoring and providing services. On prevention, the first intervention that we did establish or created a registration for a club, and we named the club EVOC, End Violence on Campus. And then we also trained interested students in gender-based violence and inmate partner violence issues, including toxic relationships, rape, myths around the same, consent, and bystander interventions. Then another thing that we did is that we conducted gender-based violence awareness during the annual orientations of the first year students. So every first year student who was coming or reporting to the institutions, we organized and conducted awareness on them. Then the project also supported dialogues and walkathons to raise awareness about a problem and seek solutions within the institution. And so this was a very participatory kind of interventions, whereby we ensure that the interventions or the project that we are doing, it's student driven. So students were at the center of the project. And another intervention or monitoring that we did is that we did notice that the Moi University lacked any data on students' experiences of harassment or assault and the aftermath, and they only depended on national data, which was more general. Therefore, we developed some surveys to capture the information, and this information to inform any interventions. Like I said, we conducted a survey, and these surveys targeted second year students on their experience with GBV on inmate partner violence, if there is any. And the reason why we targeted second year students is that the first year students on campus are the ones which were or are more vulnerable to cases of gender-based violence. Yes, and on survivors services, the institution used to provide services. However, these services were not patient-centered or survivor-centered or young people-centered. Therefore, we spearheaded, the project spearheaded together with the students, the establishment of confidential counseling services for more university students. And while doing this, we utilized some of the lecturers from the Department of Psychology and Sociology within the institution. Like I said, we also established an adolescent and youth-friendly center. And we saw there was a building which was underutilized, and so we utilized that. Therefore, students were were able to get support and assistance for optimal sexual and reproductive health services, including survivors of gender-based violence within the institution. And so, moving quickly, what are some of the results that we realized after the intervention or after the project? Number one, on prevention, the first intervention that I mentioned on prevention is that the awareness conducted by members of the club, the EVO club that we established in the institution, led to greater reduction of gender-based violence among students. So the campaigns and all the interventions that the club did led to great reduction of the gender-based violence among students, including inmate partner violence. Then on monitoring, the establishment of a data survey toolkit, and which I've mentioned that it targeted mostly the second year students. It helped in guiding interventions around gender-based violence and reproductive health services. So we had data, we got data for the university, data that is very specific, and it guided any interventions on gender-based violence response. Number three is on survivor services. The introduction of confidential counseling services in the university increased the uptake of services among students. Because at the beginning when we did the surveys, we noticed that even survivors of inmate partner violence or gender-based violence were afraid of seeking services because of how they were being treated at the facility, or being handled at the facility by the service provider. So the redesigning of the services at the institution to be youth-friendly, patient, survivor-friendly led to increased uptake of health services, and also this contributed to greater capture of the data. And so on to my conclusion and recommendation is that universities can provide a safe environment for students through awareness, and this is through participatory interventions that are student-driven. Another conclusion is that initiatives like Ending Violence on Campus project can help to involve students more in addressing gender-based violence challenges and coming up with concrete solutions. When we have students themselves within the universities informing interventions, they become more concrete solutions, which pose a possibility of being sustainable. On recommendation is that higher learning institutions should widely invest in data to inform gender-based prevention and response within the institution, and not just rely on the national data that is provided by the Ministry of Health or other government institutions. Another recommendation is that we should widely employ participatory methods in addressing cases of gender-based violence within our higher learning institutions. And this brings me to the end of my presentation, even though it has been quite brief or short. I'd invite all of you to visit our website, that is Center for the Study of Adolescence, if you want to read more about the project and to read in detail about the project and the interventions that we took. Thank you very much all for listening and giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dolaman, for really finding time to get back and present this despite missing the opportunity in the morning. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to discuss, but if there is something very, very pertinent, I encourage members to post it. We want to move to the closing session, and that's where we are going, so that we can spend about 20, maximum 30 minutes to bring this to an end. So Dolaman, could you please unshare so that we share something here as well? Okay.
Are you going to share, Madonna?
Okay. I hope we are able to see the closing ceremony, which is going to be chaired by Professor Grace Bantebia. Professor Grace, could you please guide us through the ceremony closing?
Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. We are going now to a closing ceremony. Next slide, Madada. So that we wrap up this. I wish we had another day of looking at these issues. The first part of the closing ceremony is discussing with you about the sustainability of this East African Learning Collaborative Network. And Madonna is going to give a short brief about the network, especially how it is organized. Then we shall have the next steps, which I will present, and then closing remarks briefly, which shall be as brief as possible. Next slide, we are going to go into brief groups. We are going to be taken into briefs. These are the questions that we are going to deal with, and I ask someone who is going to take us to the group. We shall stay for share one key issue that we need to take on board as we plan for the sustainability. So can I ask the tech person to take us into groups so that we can quickly talk to
Wow. Professor, your voice is breaking.
Natalie?
Professor, your voice is breaking, but what we are going to do is that we are going to break out randomly in 3 groups, and then we'll look at these 3 questions, which are on the screen. What does sustainability look like for EALC? And then what actions or requirements should be taken to ensure the EALC sustainability? And then what can each of us do? So each group will look at one question in just 10 minutes, and then we'll get back to the plenary and present in 2 minutes for each group. And then we move to the next steps.
So the person taking us to groups, can you please take us?
Okay.
And in those groups, there will be people from the core group who will be moderating them. I think.
Sure.
Mark, can you try to get out people from their rooms? Some of them may not be able to get out. I know I had to click and leave the room. Mark, are you there?
Oh, sorry, Professor, but I think when time is out, the rooms close automatically and then people get back.
But he told us to leave.
There
He
were
sent a
some
message.
seconds remaining.
He sent a message. And I can see we are in another room. We have so many other people. So some people have not come.
Oh, yes, they have not come back, but this is the plenary, I believe.
Yes, we're in the plenary room now.
People will get back when their time elapses. Thank you.
I think the host has the powers to get us back to the plenary.
The host should have powers, but I saw what the host did to send a message that we should leave.
I think there is a button, as Post said, that you can just press and all of us get back.
Okay.
Even each individual can just leave the room and then come back to the main plenary. It's possible. They can just look at their buttons down.
Yeah, I think we are back. I see 25 people. Some might have left. Madanda? Natalie? Mark?
I'm personally back. We are just checking to see that everybody is back in the room, and then we get the report back. At least my group is back.
So how many groups did we have, Natalie?
We had 3 groups, and
okay.
Yeah, but by the look of things, yeah, probably the last group is just joining us now. And I think in a minute we can start the report back.
Yeah. So members, you're welcome. Welcome back as we wait for the last group to be back. We are super excited that you are in our group. In our group, we didn't want to come back. We wanted to stay there because the discussion was very hot. I don't know how it was in your group. So we really enjoyed this small interaction that we had in our meeting. So Natalie, you let me know if everybody is back. Then we quickly close the meeting. I mean, do the remarks and
Grace,
close the meeting.
Interesting to hear that it was hot. I hope it was not again reflecting on what happened in the morning.
No, I don't remind me in the morning. Yeah, please. Give me a break on that one. That was really terrible.
Yeah, it was very traumatizing.
But what we had was very, very useful and enough. And I would like to encourage all of you, if you have some more ideas on the question of sustainability, please do type in the chat room. So Natalie, are we all back? I guess so.
Yes, we are all back, and I don't know what the other teams did, but I believe that each group was ready to report back in a minute.
Okay, we are now going to start again. Once again, welcome back, and thank you for staying on up to this late. Can we start with the first group to give us just a few points, just 2 points that we must really have to ensure sustainability of the East African Learning Collaborative? So group number 1, and that was A, is it A? I think so, isn't it? Group A, can you give us your comments, please?
I think it will be easier to identify the groups by the group leaders.
Okay, because me, I only know one group, so.
Linda, that is our group. Please present.
Okay.
So Linda, can you present that? That is group what?
That is group 1.
Okay, all right. Linda, we need just 2 points that we need to have to ensure sustainability. All the rest you're going to hand over to us so that we put them in the report and share with you, and we'll have another engagement on sustainability. Thank you very much, Linda. Go ahead.
Okay, the 2 points I can pick out on ensuring sustainability was one, inviting more people to join the East African Learning Collaborative beyond the people that we have now. And another way, because the issue of funding came up, and the idea was funding, what can the funding be used for if it's even available for sustainability? And there was an idea to motivate students to engage in more research on gender norms. This can be a good use for motivating graduate students. I, for one, I was motivated to join by my PhD supervisor, Professor Chikoma. So those are the 2 points that we can talk about.
Okay, brilliant. But make sure the other notes, please, we all have, and to Natalie, you all have her email. Please, you submit all the notes that you took. Then group number 2, Perus, were you in group 2 or 3?
Group 2.
Our minutes. Can you share?
Group 2, I was there. I was chairing, but also took the minutes to let the members contribute. We had a very extensive discussion. We actually have 14 points, but I'll just talk about 2. One of them is actually also like group 1. We are talking about massive recruitment of organizations in Uganda and across the region, in all the East African countries. But also very critical was to define joint leadership and form a committee from participating countries with clear terms of reference so that we can work together to grow this further, mobilize the resources, etc., and reach out. Those are 2 of the critical points.
Brilliant. Okay. Group number 3, where I was, I moderated that.
We're not hearing, Professor.
We beat you, and we had 20 points.
Professor, how could you defeat our group? Back to you, Professor Grace.
Please, you mentioned only 2, otherwise they will feel envious. Yes, I'm inviting my person who took, our colleague who took next, Perus.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So like the professor said, she's not exaggerating. We have so many of them here. I'll just choose 2, though it's very difficult because there are some great points here. One of them, we're talking about continued for such platforms to continue beyond just the EALC members, but to extend to other networks, including networks like the GBV networks, and then engaging all stakeholders, linking with government, with civil society, and academia, and especially in relation to academia, because there is a lot we still need to learn. So there's so many great points here. I'll just give those.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there group number 4? Thank you so much, Paris. Is there group number 4? No, we were 3.
No, we are 3 only.
Yeah, and I want to take advantage of being the chair, and I really feel bad if you don't hear some of our points. One of the important issues that came up was immediately establish a website that will bring us together. And the point was that many people who have attended this meeting possibly don't know much about us, and maybe they are not members. And that with this website, the other thing we should continue is these kinds of meetings, so that people can continue engaging on and sharing. The other point is, I think I don't want us to miss, was the linking with government. That we link with government, we link with the UBOS, because if we have to influence policy, we need to forge like I don't know, a clear networks of working with government. And lastly, on the issue of money, we said we're not worried about money, that we can actually write collective proposals, collective fundraising as a coalition, and write different projects, because the conference has shown different abilities and different resources. So, and that we should definitely expand what we have, because I think we have a jewel with us. We are seated with it, the few of us, and we need to create these linkages. And lastly, also have, continue engaging on the social media, like it has happened with this workshop. I'm going to stop here in terms of sustainability, because I don't want you to feel very bad that we did better than all of you. But thank you so much. We will put these ones together, and a report will be shared, and we'll continue engaging with you. So I want to go to the next steps that we are planning. Madana, can you show that slide, please? The next steps, some of the immediate things that we are planning, and some of them we can actually build from what you have already shared. But we have a few immediate steps that we are taking. One of it is the publication opportunities. Many of you presented super,
Prof, we have lost you.
Super papers.
Professor, we have lost you.
Many of you can't hear me.
Yeah, Professor, maybe you can repeat. We lost you for a minute.
I was going to say we are presenting the next steps. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you here now.
In terms of the next steps, the first opportunity is for publication. We've listened to a number of good papers these last 2 days, and would like to push this further and have them published so that the resources can be shared. And we are lucky we have an opportunity. There is a special supplement on social norms. Social norms, intersectionality, and sexual and reproductive health in the frontier sociology. And this is a support from the University of California, the Department of Gender and Equity and Health, California, San Diego. They are going to be editing this, and I guess I don't know if our colleague Rebecca is on site or is still on, but this is an opportunity we want to take charge immediately. So we are going to get in touch with all of you who would like to turn your presentations into papers for publication. We have an editorial team that is going to lead this process. So please, this is something we are going to take on immediately. We also have the thematic group meetings that are going to continue sharing experiences and tools. And in these thematic meetings, we are going to immediately integrate the recommendation you have given for sustainability of bringing in more partners or more agencies and civil society to continue, so that we don't lose pace, that this continues. We also have another step is on research. We still have also another opportunity, and already this was advertised, and the people applied, and we are soon going to know who has got, are you hearing me, please? What has happened to my computer? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm hearing you very well.
Prof, you are loud and clear here.
Okay, so
and loud.
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear. The research grants, and this is something we can explore even further. But now there is an opportunity, still also from the University of California, San Diego, to explore social norms and practice for some those proposals that will go on. But this also builds on what has actually been said in our group, that we need to join hands as groups as we have been presenting and actually write big proposals on the areas that we are working in. So that builds on what we were thinking. Then also that we should continue the planning sessions for sustainability until we all agree on how we want this network to look like. And in our group, they used the word to keep alive, that we need to be alive. We have to continue living. We have to continue living, and to do that, we need to be very clear on what we were saying, that already if we start the webs making us more visible. So those are the steps that we thought about. And now I'm going to go into take another hat of closing this meeting. I've been requested to close the meeting. Okay, now I'm the person closing. You imagine I'm the minister. Okay,
that is very good, Prof.
What the Minister of Social Norms.
We should create that ministry.
Yes. So now, on behalf of the network and the hosts, CARE International Uganda office, and the Makerere University, the School of Women and Gender Studies. One, I would really like to thank all of you who have really attended the conference. That is one group of people. Then the presenters for the energy and all the creativity and willingness to share with us, to share with the members the work that you have done. When we were reading the abstracts, we were so amazed that so much is being done, but not known. And for us, we are now very proud that one of the deliverables of this learning collaborative is actually this conference that has brought us together, but also has brought to surface quite of the beautiful and significant work that. And then I would also like to thank our supporters and partners, and our collaborators. That is the staff at the University of California, San Diego, in the Department of Gender and Gender Equity and Health. Rebecca, Camille, and Meredith, and the entire team that has really worked with us in a very, very strong way. We are like sisters, and actually, we all sisters. Oh, there is a brother, Madanda. We really work very well, and they have supported us through. The funding goes through them. So at this point, we would like to thank Hellwet Foundation that gave us the funds, gave the University of San Diego to get to support this network. So we are very happy and want to thank you. And I hope this message will get to them, that we are very grateful that they gave us this funding to do this work. Then the other people I'd like to thank, because I don't want to forget them, is the CARE staff. First of all, Natalie, who is the key person, the coordinating person, and all of you possibly know her. The core team that has been meeting frequently, the members that have been volunteering, the members that volunteered for the organizing this conference. I can't mention all of you for the excellent work to pull through this conference. And I can assure you it's not easy to pull a conference of this magnitude to this level and success. So thank you so much. Personally, on behalf of the School of Women and Gender Studies, we are humbled And to really be honest and tell you, I have not been in a conference where you see so much dedication and work being done to improve the situation of people, of women, of men. It was so humbling. So we really appreciate all that work that has really transpired in the 2 days. And, you know, a lot of issues were covered, conceptual issues, programming issues. I can't list them because we don't have much time. And all the presentation highlighting the challenges. But the best thing that I learned in this workshop was that what works. And I wish we could revisit the title of our conference back in this session, these social norms. But I think what emerged throughout was what works and what models are really working. And I just like that. I think we are cracking the social and gender norms. And this was from Gertrude. And I thought about it, I said, yes, because the presentations clearly show that it is possible. And I think what we learn is that many of these would require scaling up. This is something we can actually discuss when we engage in our work and so on. So for me, this has been one of the super successful conference. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Danke schön. The French I have forgotten. Merci. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale mnonga, apoyo boni, bonu, all those languages. So I really want to thank all of you and thank everybody. And I promise we are going to have the proceedings, which will produce a report and share. And also we're going to continue engaging with all of you because the project is still on. And then we are going to agree with you on the sustainability plan. As I leave, and I think what has come out from this meeting is every voice counts. That came from Belinda, you know, the CARE Netherlands. I think those concepts, you know, really tell the story. We are cracking the social norms. Every voice counts. We are unpacking. We have all these tools that we have learned in this meeting. Thank you very much on behalf of the team, the organizing team, and our funders. Thank you. Thank you, and travel home safely and keep safe. We are now a big home, and we thank you for staying along with all of us. Thank you so much. Stay well. And those of you who have papers or reports to share with us, please send them to Natalie. She will send them to the members, because that's why we exist as a network, to share what we are working. And by sharing, we shall be expanding on our work. Thank you so much. I want to hand over to Natalie, and I don't want to forget the technical people, the tech people, Mark and your team. The communication team. You know, the Makere had the team also doing the Twitter and the social media. Esther and who, Florence? And Fiona. And then we have Nora's team. Okay, I can assure you we have reached very far. I'm receiving all sorts of comments. For me, I was just doing retweet. But we have been well covered. This conference has been superbly covered by all our team, the technical team, and the social media team. Thank you so much. How could I forget all of you? No. And Mark, thank you very much for taking us through the groups. That was super. And if you don't stop me, I'm going to continue thanking you. Like in Uganda, they keep thanking you, and then you keep giving them more. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, who is also actually a co-PI for this program. And I think this is time to say bye-bye, but we'll be getting back to you in a number of ways, especially to publish. There are a number of other issues that Natalie will be getting back to all of us. Thank you very much, and bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Paul. Bye, Mark.
Bye, Natalie.
Bye, Natalie. Bye.